Chapter 1287. In the dark, boundless ocean, a dark red light was flashing at the bottom of the ocean. A streak of dark red starlight suddenly appeared in the upside-down sky. Then, the starlight became unusually bright in a few seconds. It was so eye-catching that it could illuminate the entire dark ocean, as if it was going to burn the ocean. When the streak of red light approached, it would be discovered that it was shaking non-stop and expanding rapidly along the blue cableway. It was not starlight at all, but an enormous fire of destruction. The destructive noise that could make the void tremble came as expected, accompanied by a destructive shock wave. The impact was confined to an extremely narrow space, and the blockade was almost attached to the azure blue cableway, completely pouring the power of the shock wave onto the latter. The dark red fire turned the entire blockade area into a giant pillar of flame, flying wildly from the bottom of the sea to the top. Its speed could not be expressed in words. Lord Qing, a huge amount of energy has been detected rapidly approaching below. The blockade barrier can't deal with this energy. It's impossible to distinguish. Lord, the damage to the parasitic tree is only 60%. It hasn't been completely destroyed. Should we turn around to deal with the unknown energy, or continue to cut down the tree? The destructive energy is rapidly approaching. There are still 10 seconds left. Qing Jun, who was fighting fiercely with someone, was taken aback when he heard this. Before he could think of how to deal with it, 1 or 2 seconds had passed. I Ching, who was commanding the whole scene, was also stunned when he heard this. Then he said happily, "Open a gap in the blockade. Pour all the energy into the void. Those who are stationed in the void, blow up the tree while you're at it. The momentum must be big. It must be exaggerated. Attract all those guys over there." That's Lord Feng's energy. He has succeeded. Lord Feng's energy needs a huge venue to pour out. Destroy that void for me. This sentence was the best stimulant. Everyone burst into ecstasy in an instant, and then with a whoosh, they rushed toward the enemy. Those who were fighting fiercely in the void also rushed toward the tree. The mighty energy smashed toward the tree rooted in the void from countless angles. In an instant, the energy burst out like a flood toward the azure blue tree. Even its huge size was hit by the impact, and branches and leaves flew in the void. Upon seeing this, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm hurriedly tried to break free from their opponents. However, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm seemed to know that the heavenly origin gods of the god realm were trying to rescue the heavenly origin gods. As such, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm continued to entangle the heavenly origin gods and delay the heavenly origin gods with all their might. These guys are really, really good at acting. I Ching witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Whether it was pestering, accidentally being pushed away, or unable to catch up, they were all vividly portrayed. These old monsters who had lived for countless years were all actors. Did these gods live through acting for several lifetimes? Don't open the barrier too early. They don't know what's happening here yet, but they'll know the moment the barrier opens. The enemies are all heavenly gods of origin, and there are too many of them. We're too spread out, so it's not good for us to fight them head-on. Follow the plan and lure them to the void. Lord Feng's energy is coming. The concept layer of laws was trembling. Something huge had disturbed the peace of this place. If the Sea of Laws was really a sea, then one should be able to see waves rolling up from the surface of the sea. The Empyrean gods of the divine world were shocked when they felt this tremor. Then they were overjoyed. On the surface, they appeared to be a little flustered. They fought while retreating, allowing their enemies to retreat to the void. The pressure exerted by the void forced 60% of the Empyrean gods of origin to retreat to defend. The remaining 40% were still fighting around the tree in the concept layer of laws. Bastards, don't run if you have the ability. Come, your grandfather can still fight a few thousand more rounds. Damn it, I know what you're doing. If you have the ability, stand and fight with me for 1,000 years. Monarch Qing was still shouting wantonly. His roar of laws spread throughout the entire field, causing black lines to appear on the faces of the other side. At this time it was more important to retreat and defend, so they ignored him. Come, when has your grandfather ever been afraid? You run. If you run again, I'll... Monarch Qing's wailing suddenly stopped, and his expression changed into a smirk. He said softly, If you run again, you'll die. Little ones, open the gate. Everyone in the central field, retreat. Give up on that tree. Retreat, retreat, retreat. I Ching shouted. The moment his voice fell, the heavenly gods of the gods of the gods were already prepared. They very tacitly retreated to both sides. A curved green barrier suddenly appeared from below and enveloped the tree. Then it extended to the void beside it. Then a destructive energy that caused the void to collapse and the primordial realm to rumbled toward them at a speed that exceeded all senses. Originally, when they saw the people of the gods suddenly give up on the tree, they thought that they were physically exhausted. They sneered and prepared to chase after them to repair it. The next moment, a feeling of utter despair welled up in their hearts. It was as if they felt that the path of reincarnation had cracked open next to them, and a black hand was about to drag them in. They didn't even notice that they were already enveloped by the green barrier passage. Then, a dark red, destructive flame broke through the rules and appeared in front of them. Boom! It was as if a towering pillar of fire had suddenly turned and enveloped the remaining 40% of the parasitic tree that had not been destroyed. With just a flash of light, the parasitic tree, together with its roots and leaves, had completely disappeared. Under the soul-stirring gazes of the gods of the divine realm, the unimaginably terrifying energy had turned a corner and whizzed into the distance. They could sense that the unimaginable amount of energy was repeatedly vibrating in the cyan passageway, colliding and rebounding in the passageway. In the end, it transformed into a wave of destruction that whizzed forward. I Ching breathed a sigh of relief. This energy really came at the right time. If all the experts of the divine world gathered together, they would definitely not be afraid of them. But this huge battle had taken up a lot of their energy in all aspects. 50% of all the available forces were used to suppress the outsiders of the divine world. Of the remaining 50%, 30% was in the void, and 20% was in the conceptual layer of the rules. He and Qing Jun had risked their lives to rush back and bring back a part of their forces. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle would have been unpredictable. Hey! Qing Jun's shout rang in his ears, giving I Ching a big fright. He abruptly came back to his senses. Before he could figure out what had happened, Qing Jun's huge figure suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Qing Jun hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled him into the distance. A wave of destruction had broken through the cyan barrier passageway, and a large wave had emerged and submerged the place where he had just been standing. Only high-level, heavenly gods of origin could resist it. If he had not been pulled away by Qing Jun just now, he would have probably turned into a wisp of ash, just like those guys in the distance who could not even display the phenomenon of the heavenly gods dying. Wah! I Ching broke out in cold sweat. He felt that this was the closest he had ever been to death in his life. He quickly turned his head to look at the solemn Qing Jun and said, "Big brother Qing, thank you for saving my life." No need, no need. You're already in a daze when it's not over yet. If Lord Feng sees you like this, I'm afraid he'll pull you to fill up the void. Qing Jun waved his hand casually, then lectured. The passageway we hastily built can't withstand the impact of Lord Feng's energy. It's expected that there would be cracks. I Ching smiled bitterly. He was still too casual. Upon closer inspection, there were many cracks in the passageway. The dark red wave of destruction gushed out like a volcanic eruption. He should have been the first to observe this, and then commanded everyone to stay away. Now, it was the others who were cautious enough to sense it in advance and run away. Fortunately, this small episode did not cause any casualties. Otherwise, he would have to apologize in front of Lord Foam. Let's go and take a look at the void. Let's see what it's like there. Ching Jun waved his hand and flew toward the void. I Ching hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, after Lord Feng's wave of destruction weakens, check the situation of the tree and strengthen the defense. There may be people lurking here to watch. Don't let your guard down until Lord Feng arrives. After leaving a sentence, he quickly caught up with Ching Jun. The people in the Sea of Rules solemnly cupped their hands and quickly dispersed to deal with their own matters. Some went to repair the blue barrier, some went to check the sealed entrance of the law barrier, and some went to guard against uninvited guests in each group. The division of labor was detailed, and there was a tacit understanding. In the depths of the Sea of Precepts, the Yun Nua star placed the remaining 3 water spheres in a remote place within the celestial realm. Then they set up a barrier in the depths of the Sea of Precepts to prevent some ignorant fellows from disturbing this wonderful group of people. When they left, a large portion of the water spheres that had gathered together had begun to split up, and it looked a little more majestic. You seem to like that strange race a little. It followed beside her and asked softly. Yun Nuashing tilted her head, thought for a moment, and smiled, because it's very magical. A strange race of life born at the bottom of the Sea of Rules. Yes, even if it's very unusual, even if it's not any race that I know of, it's still a race of life. With such a large number of people and with a formed and circular way of life, it can naturally be regarded as a race. It's just that I haven't thought of a good name for them yet. When she said the last sentence, Yun Nuashing scratched her head with a headache. She was not good at naming. Those blue water balls had a racial concept, but they did not have a racial name. She did not quite understand the meaning of the names she said. They had their own unique way of distinguishing between each other, so there was no need for such a thing as a name. Anyway, she just felt a headache, and she might as well ignore this matter. So what kind of life are they? The little angel tilted her head in confusion, glanced at Yun Nuashing, and teased, if they don't have a name, then you can give a name to this newly discovered species. It's not a big deal anyway. Although the name you give is not elegant enough, at least it's authoritative enough. Yun Nuashing's face darkened, and she rolled her eyes. After pondering for a long time, she murmured to herself, not a life of rules, not a life of origin, caught in the cracks of error, and can't be completely related to order and chaos. Then let's call them concept life. Their existence is a concept. That's all I can think of. The little angel smiled bitterly, and after a moment she coughed softly and said in a serious tone, at a certain time in the 51st era of the Yuan realm, the observers of the realm of the gods discovered a strange race that transcended everything. They were overjoyed, and along with their way of life, they named them concept life. At present, this race is the only concept life race in the entire Yuan realm. Yun Nuashing staggered, and her face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. She looked at the little angel with an indescribable emotion. Even though she had thousands of complaints in her stomach that she wanted to vomit, they were all stuck in her trachea, and she could not spit them out at all. Her pretty face turned red. After listening to the little angel, Siyu noticed the title in front of her and could not help but be stunned. Observer, observer! It was a title that even children would hear in the stories of adults. It represented the highest position in the realm of the gods, and it was one of the 2 priesthoods. She had racked her brains, but she had never thought that the caring big sister, who was always laughing and joking in front of her, would be such a legendary figure. She did not dare to think about it at all, and it was also because of her preconceived thinking. How could such a high and mighty figure appear in front of her? This thought was deeply ingrained in her mind, and she had never thought, if the guardian had appeared in front of her, she might not have been so surprised. In fact, there was not much to say about the guardian, because everyone knew that the guardian was called Hui, and he often appeared in front of the public. Even in the Sorespeak region, one could hear news about him, as long as it was related to the Guardian. Many of the stories that seemed to be made up among the people were actually related to the Guardian's deeds. What was that saying again? This story was adapted from a real event. In other words, the Guardian of the Realm of the Gods was a public figure that everyone knew. On the other hand, the other priesthood, the Observer, had almost never shown his face. No one knew about him, and it was precisely because no one knew about him that he gave everyone a feeling of extreme mystery. There were many very powerful stories that were related to the Observer, but without exception, the descriptions were all mysterious. There were even some stories in which the Observer was the main character, and they did not even mention him at all. It was easy to imagine how mysterious the Observer was in everyone's hearts. Then one day he appeared in front of her as an ordinary person, and she even played chess with the Observer for a whole day. That's right, if she thought about it this way, many things seemed to make sense. It could explain how powerful he was, why he could change the laws of the realm of the gods with a single word, and why he could command the gods of the realm of the gods. What are you thinking about? The voice that came from right next to her face startled Siyu. When she turned her head, she saw that Yun Nuashing's face was less than a foot away from hers. She subconsciously clenched her jade-like hand, but it was a warm palm that made her blush. She forgot to mention that the mysterious Observer had been holding her hand for more than 2 hours. No, nothing. Siyu blushed and shook her head. She looked a little dazed. Yun Nuashing saw that something was wrong with her and carefully checked her body. He did not find any signs of her being contaminated by the laws at the bottom of the sea of laws. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Siyu struggled to free her jade-like hand. Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose, thinking that she was feeling uncomfortable or embarrassed, so he changed his position and held her wrist. Bear with it for a while. We are still in the sea of laws. The energy impact just now has affected this place. The laws that I have are too strong. In order to not affect this place, I have restrained it very well. If I want to protect you, I can only rely on physical contact. Siyu shook her head slightly. She looked at him seriously and whispered that I didn't expect you to be the great Observer. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said indifferently, You just found out? Didn't that so-and-so tell you when he brought you here? Siyu smiled bitterly. Elder Guhong only said that he was bringing me to see a big shot. I have no idea who he is. Well, it doesn't matter. I thought you knew, but it doesn't matter if you don't know. You will find out sooner or later. Now that you know, you shouldn't be so nervous. I'm not some guy with an unknown identity. Yun Nuashing yawned. I think the little girl will feel even more nervous, Yun Nuashing said softly. Suddenly, a soft smile appeared on his face. The mysterious Observer who is known by everyone in the celestial realm has suddenly unveiled his mysterious veil. The little girl is overflowing with worship. Pain! Yun Nuashing tapped the head of the little angel with his sword. He glanced at the little angel and looked at Siyu. Nervous. Just be nervous. There's no need to feel anything else. Anyway, well, you'll get used to it. Siyu felt that there was nothing wrong with this sentence. When she thought of the 5 days she spent with him, she suddenly felt less nervous. No matter how mysterious a person was, it was only because he was covered with an unknown veil. When she got to know him little by little, she didn't feel that he was that mysterious and scary anymore. He was no longer that high and mighty figure that she couldn't touch, but a big sister. She felt that she might not be able to change her mind after saying that. Yun Nuashing pulled the 2 people away from the depths of the Sea of Laws and returned to the original sealed area. The celestial gods who were still standing guard were shocked when they saw someone suddenly appear. They almost threw their energy at Yun Nuashing's face. When they saw who it was, they hurriedly retracted their energy and bowed respectfully. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked around with his divine sense. He waved his hand and said, The conceptual layer of laws is ignored. Go and suppress those troublemakers in the celestial realm. If there are any troublemakers, kill them if you can't keep them alive. Leave a few alive and find someone with a lot of ideas to interrogate. The group of celestial gods and heavenly origin gods cupped their hands respectfully, then disappeared in a flash. Since Lord Feng said that it was fine, then it was definitely fine. They could leave with peace of mind. In the void, when the dark red, destructive flames swept past, the tree and everyone around it were burned to ashes. Those who didn't have time to defend themselves were all pale when they saw the terrifying energy. They were especially scared when they saw that almost all of them had been wiped out. Their morale went through a short period of time, then a short period of time. Knowing that they might not be able to escape, they began to fight with all their might. They ignited their own energy and divinity without caring about anything else. After all, they were all high-level heavenly origin gods. When they went crazy, even the heavenly origin gods of the celestial realm had to be wary of them. Oh ho, they're all fighting with their lives. Little ones, gather. Focus fire on that guy. Kill them. Green laughed loudly. His aura skyrocketed in just a few seconds, and he led a large group of his subordinates to charge at the rampaging high-level heavenly origin god. Their opponents were all caged beasts, so naturally they weren't worth fighting one-on-one. They could just use 10 times their strength to forcefully suppress them. After a series of attacks, those desperate fellows were all pressed into the void before they could even do anything. Kill them, kill them. Our captives of the celestial realm are treated very well. That's right, I saw you raise your hand. Sigh, don't be afraid of being ugly. Think about how much time it took you to climb to this point. What's wrong with a dignified heavenly origin god dragging out an ignoble existence? The dead don't have the right to speak. Oh, that's right, a wise man submits to circumstances. Come, put on this seal. We're very easy to talk to, so we won't beat you up. Little ones, watch this guy and then beat him to death. The captured heavenly origin god had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard these words. When he saw the ferocious gazes of the people around him, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was still sealed. Wait, this isn't what we agreed on. PFFF. Wah. At N% yen. Humph. We're beating you, you bastard. How dare you offend our celestial realm? We'll kill you all. I Ching watched the whole process, his face covered in cold sweat. When Yun Nuashing rushed over, he also saw the whole process. With a face full of sweat, he said to I Ching, "Is this guy usually like this?" I Ching was slightly surprised and hurriedly bowed and nodded. Big brother Ching, he's black-bellied. What's hidden under that rough personality is blackness. Several people's cheeks twitched, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 1288. The Realm of the Gods. The **T about the number 1 world had been talked about many times, and there was nothing better to say. This world was home to the most violent group of fellows in the entire void. However, that was excluding the underworld and some other ancient existences that might have survived. At the very least, it could be considered as the most powerful independent world in the Order faction. To many extraterrestrials, or those who had only heard of some marginal reputation, the mere existence of the realm of the gods was daunting. Those who had truly been to the realm of the gods and understood the realm of the gods would agree that there was no place more lively than this. It was a magical world full of countless miracles, a world that made people forget to return. Of course, this was excluding the lively part. After all, this was the most powerful world in the Order faction. For example, just yesterday, the law blockade that lasted for an entire day and many other big movements could not be hidden from the people in the realm of the gods. After all, the commotion was too great. Just the suppression in the realm of the gods had been carried out no less than 10,000 times. It was only when the commotion was about to end that some people finally realized. So someone was stirring up trouble in the realm of the gods. News of the matter spread very quickly, but the most important part of the process was not known to many people. The extraterrestrials were not clear about it, and even the heavenly origin gods of the divine world were not too clear about it. They had participated in it, but they were divided into 3 groups, each performing their own duties. In the end, they had to go to I Ching and Qing Jun to find out what had happened. When they finally understood what had happened, they let out a long "oh" and expressed their calmness. It was not the first or second time that the divine world had been stirred up by others, so they were already used to it. After this matter passed, the divine world was able to settle down for a period of time. Those extraterrestrials also did not dare to stir up trouble at this critical time. If they were caught, it would be terrible. The extraterrestrials had asked around and found out that many high-level heavenly origin gods had been killed on the spot in that battle. None of them had escaped, and those who survived were all sealed and sent to a mysterious place. As for where they were sent to, no one knew. In the realm of the gods, or at least in the internal space of this independent world, there was only one person who knew about it. Unless someone led the way, no one could break into this space before the realm of the gods collapsed. It was a space that was completely connected to the realm of the gods. It was a space that stood on the basis of concepts and laws. It was a chaotic space. Be careful, don't wander around. Just follow my footsteps. This space hasn't been activated for countless years, but there's no point in activating it anyway. There's only dissipation and endless cycle of despair in this space. There's no meaning in it. Only I can open this space and see the right path. It's meaningless whether others can find the right path or not. Without me, there's only chaos in this space. No matter what path others take, they will only lead to the final place where even the primeval God will be suppressed and trapped by all the rule power and world force of the divine realm until the moment of death. Yun Nuashing walked in this space and said to the few people behind her. Her faint voice made Qing Jun, who was about to run a few steps, tremble. He quickly retracted his steps and followed behind her step by step, not daring to deviate by even a millimeter. The others also trembled slightly when they heard this and walked very carefully. In the vast white space, there were occasionally some pale lines appearing in the distance, as if they were sinking down from the top. If one looked closely at those lines, one would find that they formed a transparent cuboid or cube, floating disorderly in the space. They also saw a huge cube rumbling in front of them, knocking a transparent cuboid away. These were all the things in this space. In the chaotic space, there was no distinction between up and down, left and right, nor was there any distinction between directions. They were walking forward, occasionally taking 2 steps as if they were going down the stairs, but that was an illusion brought by their own senses. After all, when they first came in, they were standing in several different directions. Some were hanging upside down, some were standing horizontally, and some were hanging diagonally. However, they were all standing in a state of standing, and when they looked at the others, they were all standing in a mess. "Where is this place? I've never heard you mention it before," the little angel asked curiously. There was no normal order in this chaotic space. There were no rules. It was a completely blank world. Oh, that's not right. The state of this place was more like a place with rules. The only difference was that the rules of this place were chaos. It's located at the bottom of the realm of the gods, directly connected to the sea of precepts. It's an independent space for observers, used to imprison certain things. To put it bluntly, it's a completely independent space similar to a prison. At the bottom of that space, all the power of precepts and energy of order in the realm of the gods will flow through there. In short, it's a special prison that uses the energy of the realm of the gods to suppress. There's no need for anyone to watch over it, and there's no need to worry about prisoners escaping from it. As long as the realm of the gods doesn't collapse, those who enter this place can't leave without my permission. Anyone who tries to escape from this space will be suppressed by the energy of the realm of the gods, and in extreme cases, Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and pointed down. The energy hidden in the deepest part of the realm of the gods will be used to suppress it. I Ching was still curiously sizing up the space, but he couldn't see anything. In the vast expanse of white space, there were only a few lines flying out from time to time. He couldn't help but ask, Master Fong, how is the situation with the prisoners? Their divinity, laws, and souls have all been suppressed. They are very weak. Some of them are quiet, while the others are extremely restless and a little manic. Yun Nuashing said, and suddenly stopped. We're here. We're here. He was slightly stunned and looked around. It was still white, and he could not see anything. It was pure white with a little bit of gray, which would make people feel annoyed if they looked at it for too long. There is nothing here. Well, normally speaking, none of you can see it. This is very normal. Moreover, this space is actually moved through seamless teleportation. The path we took just now was just teleportation. We only arrived here just now. Yun Nuashing said, we probably passed through 9,600 levels of space. Everyone. How many overlapping spaces were used in this place just to imprison something? What kind of standard did the prisoners have to be able to enter this place? After that battle, some of the creatures at the level of origin were captured. They were all extraterrestrial creatures, and they were all imprisoned in this special space. Yun Nuashing had originally considered that it would be difficult to settle down and deal with these creatures at the level of origin. This was very likely the first time in history that this space welcomed guests, and it was a group of creatures at the level of origin. In terms of combat power, they were still a great threat. Ordinary places could not completely trap them. I Ching and the others were quite relieved to be placed in this place. They were even more relieved after personally experiencing the uniqueness of this space. Even if those fellows had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to sneak out of this space. As for interrogations, they couldn't even enter this place. Since there were ghosts and humans interrogating people in this place, Yun Nuashing and the others had to do it personally. I Ching and Monarch Green were the ones he had brought along to help out, while the little angel and C were the ones he had brought along with him. He was also a little curious as to where these fellows who were sneaking around the Pantheon realm were and what their motives were. Was it really as simple as coveting the realm of the gods? He did not quite believe it. Yun Nuashing sighed. The origin god's divine soul is suppressed, so there is no way to directly extract and read its memories. Even if it is read, it may be fake, unless one can completely separate the divine soul, consciousness, and memories. That way, the read memories will have a very high degree of credibility. I am not the primeval god, so I can't do such a fine thing. Even this space does not have such a special power. After all, this is not a place for research. Yun Nuashing sighed. The situation in this place will be fed back to me at any time. Unfortunately, those fellows are very tight-lipped. Even the slightest abnormal fluctuation in their thoughts can be seen clearly. However, it is as if they are dead. They are not thinking of anything. Those fellows who are thinking of things are also thinking of some irrelevant content. Those who are talking to each other also did not say anything useful. After all, they are all high-level origin creatures. Qing Jun held the back of his head with both hands and sighed helplessly. It is very difficult to pry anything out of these fellows. I do have a set of methods to try and wear down their minds, but the success rate may not be high. After all, they are high-level origin creatures. After all, they are life forms of that level. I Ching also sighed in distress. They might have already experienced things more terrible than death. What else could they use? In any case, they had already fallen into such a situation. The worst-case scenario was that their souls would be shattered into 8 realms. They had broken off decisively, but there was no way for them to know anything. Yun Nuashing stopped here for a long time before she lifted her foot. Everyone hurriedly followed. This time, they carefully sensed the changes in their surroundings. They did indeed feel that there was a change in space, and it was very fast. In the time it took for her to take a step, Qing Jun felt that they had passed through at least 30 spaces. They continued to walk deeper and deeper, and he did not know where they would end up. He already had some faint palpitations. Well, let's go with this. In my observation, there is a slight possibility that this guy can be communicated with. Under the lead of Yin Nuashing, everyone came to the same white space. Only the squares, formed by lines, floated up and down in the distance. They could not see any difference from where they were just now, but in terms of feeling, well, in fact, there was no difference. They couldn't sense it at all. Qing Jun couldn't help but think that those tens of thousands of spaces should all be exactly the same space. If they really fell into this place, there would really be no way to survive. Let's go in and have a look. That guy has been here for about 20 days. Yin Nuashing made a gesture of pushing the door open. The people behind her subconsciously shrank their necks when they passed by the door that they didn't know existed or not. 20 days? I Ching, who had just passed through the door, was taken aback. But wasn't it just yesterday? The only role of the senses in this place is to deceive ourselves. There is no time, no space, no rules, no order. All the feelings born of the self may be true or false. We know that one day has passed because we are not here, but for them, 20 days may have passed, or even 20 years may have passed. And as long as this illusion appears, all this will come true. As Yin Nuashing explained, he led the others into the deepest part of the space. Located at the bottom of the same huge space was the prison space. It was an isolated place of nothingness. It was still a vast expanse of whiteness. It was even whiter than before. It was so white that it was transparent. It was so white that nothing could be seen. I think I might go crazy if I stay here for a day. See, you couldn't help but lean closer to Yun Nuashing. Looking at this space, she couldn't help but close her eyes and shake her head vigorously, shaking the transparent whiteness out of her mind. Ordinary people will go crazy in an instant. At that moment, as long as they think of any thoughts that are not beneficial to them, they will be pulled into the abyss. Yun Nuashing reached out and rubbed Si Yu's long hair. Take a deep breath. You are by my side. You came in with my permission, so there won't be too much of a problem. As long as you don't remember this space, nothing will happen. I feel that there are many differences between this space and those spaces just now. There seems to be rules and space in this place, but it also seems that nothing exists. If the space I think exists, but I have been exploring forward, I can only touch nothingness. On the other hand, I think there may be no space, but I can feel the characteristics of space. A closed space has an end, and it will hit a wall. Qing Jun's cheeks twitched fiercely. He felt that he would go crazy if he continued to think about it. Your thoughts are wrong. Your thoughts are empty. Everything you recognize will collapse into meaningless existence here, and everything you deny will become true and appear in front of you as a concrete existence. This is a space that negates everything, and this is a space that affirms everything. Wrong things will continue to be born, overlapping one another, and contradictory thoughts will repeat cycles. No matter which cycle you step into, you will fall into the abyss. In other words, all actions carried out here, whether it is walking, running, jumping, or sitting down to meditate, a breath, a blink of an eye, will cause the life in this space to slowly slide into an abyss. When you touch the boundary, you will step into a cycle of death. Sliding down will become falling, and the abyss will beckon to all of you. These 7,096 trillion layers of space will become your grave, burying the past, present, and future together and consigning you to eternal damnation. Everyone fell silent as if they were dead. Even if they wanted to swallow, they could feel a fishbone stuck in their throat. To put it bluntly, once you enter this space, it is impossible to leave without the permission of the observer. You will only gradually approach death as time passes. Calm people may be able to hold on a little longer, but the hot-tempered guests will only speed up their own deaths. In the end, no one will be able to escape the only ending. I think it's a bit of a waste to use this place to imprison those people. Lord Feng, didn't you say you were going to meet someone? Why don't I see him? I Ching laughed dryly. We're almost there. This area is his prison. He's staying in the deepest part and hasn't come out. Oh, we're here. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she stopped and looked up. She calmly said, Your thoughts have fallen into the abyss for 20 days, and 20 days have passed in reality as you wish. However, it may have been longer, or it may not have been that long, but you seem to be quite peaceful. Everyone raised their heads and looked straight ahead. Judging from their line of sight, it was less than 5 meters away. It had suddenly appeared in front of them. Oh, it should be them who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Perhaps it's still all right. At least I can completely calm down and think about my life. The things I've done, the things I've done wrong, and the things I've done right. He also raised his head. The expression on his face was calm, and there was even a faint smile on his face. There was no trace of irritation. It was no wonder that Yun Nuashing said that perhaps they could communicate. You feel relieved after falling into the hands of the enemy? Monarch Green took a step forward in a timely manner with a strange expression on his face. I think you still don't understand your current situation. He did not wear anything that could bind him, nor did he show any signs of sealing. He did not need any of that. Just appearing in this space was enough to weaken the high-level origin life form to the point that it could not even defeat a child. Whether I'm in a situation or not, at most I'll die. I've been waiting for death for a long time. He shrugged indifferently, as if he felt uncomfortable sitting there. He changed his posture and lazily half-collapsed on the ground. If you're here to interrogate me, I can only say that it's meaningless. I don't know anything, and it's useless no matter how you toss about. But if you want to talk about the current situation in the void, I can still talk to you for a while. You came to our world and did such a thing, and it was unreasonably done. I Ching took a deep breath. Old grudges? No, I don't remember when the realm of the gods was collective or unified. The existence of the realm of the gods in itself attracts hatred. If you want to say that, I agree. As for interrogation and what not, do you think it would be of any use to interrogate an origin life form? Smart. He ignored all the words before and only responded to the last sentence. Then he chuckled and sat up. So, what are you here for? Come here. Before I Ching could think of what to say, he saw Yun Nuashing waving her hand and shutting him up. Yun Nuashing took a step forward and calmly looked into his eyes. You just said that you've been waiting for death for a long time. The prisoner was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, Yes, so what? Nothing. As you wish, you're already dead. Yun Nuashing said expressionlessly, turned around and walked away without looking back. Everyone was stunned and did not react. The prisoner was puzzled and wanted to say something, but the white scene in front of him suddenly dissipated like a sandstorm, and the people in front of him also dissipated bit by bit. He was stunned for a moment and got up from the ground. Just as he was about to take 2 steps, he saw that his body was also turning into sand bit by bit and was blown away by the yellow storm. No! Wait a minute. Yun Nuashing and the others stood far away, watching the sandstorm engulf the prisoner's body and listening to his ghost-like screams. They couldn't help but grin, and then they all looked at the former. What happened just now? Qing Jun scratched his head in puzzlement. I Ching suddenly thought of something. Ah, he just said that he had been waiting for death for a long time, but this space. If he really wanted to die, then he should have already died. Yes, this is the nature of this space. His thoughts are both real and illusory. If he really wanted to die, he should have fallen into the abyss long ago. In that case, the people left in this space have never thought about dying. Qing Jun suddenly understood, and then scratched his head in puzzlement. Then why is he still dead? I just mentioned it once, so he thought about it, so he died. Yun Nuashing looked at him for a while, then turned around and walked towards the outside. Death lasts for a long time. Although I don't know what he thought of, this is probably the deepest fear in his heart. Lasts for a long time. Several people were taken aback. Yun Nuashing stopped and glanced at them. Although death can happen at any time, do you think I allowed it? After that, she flung her windbreaker and walked outside. This is my space. I Ching and the others looked back at the continuous yellow storm and shuddered. There were only nightmares in this place, only nightmares. Nightmares that even death was not allowed. Sure enough, it was something more frightening than death. Chapter 1289. Death might not be a wonderful thing for any life. Although it was part of the life process, there would be countless lives that would subconsciously avoid that process. Everyone, every life, would have to go through it once. Some people, some specific life forms might have experienced death and rebirth many times. Yun Nuashing was a special case among special cases. Including this life in the Dark Age, he had died and reborn countless times. 100 billion reincarnators might not be an exaggeration, but a statement. As for how it felt to die so many times, it was hard for him to describe. He did not feel anything special. He had tried all kinds of ways to die, such as exhausting his lifespan, dying in battle, reincarnating as a mortal, dying of illness and other unexpected disasters. He did not feel much pain at the end of his life. Yes, it was painful, but he had experienced pain more exaggerated than this. Those things. Oh, now was not the time to talk about these things. What he wanted to say was that he had already taken life and death lightly. The underworld was the final destination of all living beings. The cycle of reincarnation was the journey of all living beings. Death was not the end, but the intermediate point of a special journey. He had already traveled a long, long way on this journey. When he suddenly looked back, perhaps there was no one beside him who had traveled as far as he had. No one had traveled as far as he did. He had not stopped and was still moving forward. The above was just his daily thought after seeing death. He was squinting his eyes now. His eyes must be scary, empty, and probably cold. He had some self-awareness and knew what kind of expression he would show in this situation. But seeing that the little angel and sea were standing a little far away and did not dare to come closer, he more or less knew what expression he would show in this situation. Time passed very quickly in the real world. A few days, a few months, or even a few years had passed, but the time in front of them did not pass so quickly. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. They had stayed in this horrible space for 5 days. Siyu was a little girl who had not seen too many cruel things. On the first day, she followed Yun Nuashing and the others to inspect this space. She saw those people who seemed to have fallen into purgatory and were tortured here, or died and resurrected in front of her. It was too much of a shock for her. She could not bear it on the first day. Her face was pale and weak. If it were not for Yun Nuashing and the little angel supporting her, she might not have been able to come out. Are you feeling better? Yun Nuashing returned to his normal demeanor. He walked in front of Siyu and slowly squatted down. He reached out and rubbed her long hair. Seeing the little girl's slightly dispirited appearance, he also felt a little apologetic. However, she had to get used to these things. In this era, at this time, there were not many gentle methods to let her gradually accept it. Siyu was sitting on the ground with her legs bent. She buried her face in her knees and hugged herself. When she heard Yun Nuashing's voice, she could not help but raise her head, revealing her pale face. She saw the concern and worry on Yun Nuashing's face, and her heart felt warm. She nodded and said, "Yes, I'm okay, but I'm still a little dizzy." When she thought about what she had experienced and seen in the past few days, she felt a little uncomfortable. She could not help but smile bitterly. She had said that she might not be able to last a day in this place, but in fact, she felt that her heart could not take it any more even after a day in this place. She could not forget the miserable looks of those people, but they were all enemies of the celestial realm. Enemies did not need to be pitted. This was not an academy where one could survive even if they won or lost. This was the real world. If they lost and fell into the hands of their enemies, they would not have a good ending. Being merciful to one's enemies was being cruel to oneself. She knew all this, but when she saw the outcome, She's still, Yun Nuashing patted the little girl's head. He poured his mental power into her mind and tried to erase the negative effects as much as possible. Rest for a while. Later, you will stay here and do not go over. Siyu hesitated for a moment. She could also guess why Yun Nuashing kept her by his side to watch everything that happened in this world. When she stood beside him, she was already prepared to face everything. But now it was not enough. She was still too weak. Going too far is as bad as falling short. This is not the time to be stubborn. Just be obedient. Yun Nuashing patted her head and said softly, "There was nothing Siyu could do." She could only nod her head. It had already been 5 days. In other words, the prisoner that they had been looking after from the beginning had died in the prison repeatedly for 5 days. They did not know how many times this had happened. According to his calculations, a normal person, or even a mortal, could only last for 1 day at most. Other life forms, including those with different life forms, might only be able to squeeze out 1 day, but no matter what, they could not last for more than 2 days. The most powerful group of people in the void were imprisoned here. They were all original level life forms. They themselves were the representatives of strength. Their minds and souls were abnormally powerful. They had withstood the erosion of time and stood out among their peers, finally becoming original level life forms. Naturally, they could not be compared to ordinary people and could last much longer. However, there was also a limit. After all, once they entered this place, the original level life forms were no different from ordinary people. Once they fell into a cycle of death, the tenacity and strength bestowed by their long lives would quickly crumble. In the end, they would not be able to last much longer than ordinary people. However, Yun Nuashing did not know how long the original level life forms could last in this place. After all, no guests had ever visited this place. This was the first time it had opened, and a large group of original level life forms had been sent in as soon as it opened. He did not know how long it would take to destroy an original level life form with such extreme conditions that had fused with the laws. Yun Nuashing had already used the Book of Epics and the Observer's eye to deduce the origin of these fellows. But the process was slow. The laws of the Empyrean God of Origin were enough to disrupt all information. When the Empyrean God of Origin faced off against the Empyrean God of Origin, methods that targeted the Empyrean God of Origin were useless. Unfortunately, Yun Nuashing did not belong to this category. Even if he had dabbled in this domain before, he was not particularly proficient. He could only deduce a few things with the help of the Book of Epics and the Observer's Eye. He was not as accurate as a diviner. As for why he was looking for that world, it was naturally, Lord Feng, we've returned from our inspection. Yun Nuashing turned around when he heard the voice. He saw Qing Jun and I Ching returning from the deeper space to the 9,600th floor. On the first day, after watching the prisoner being swallowed by the sand, they went to check on the fellows imprisoned in other places. Later, the two of them went to inspect the others imprisoned in other places. There were a total of 65 original level life forms imprisoned in this place. Only some of the more special upper planes could be born at this level. But now, there were so many more worlds in the void that it was difficult for the previous inference to work. Moreover, those people did not necessarily come from the same place. Judging from experience, they were likely to come from several upper planes, and some of them were very famous and powerful upper planes. They had coveted the divine realm for a long time, and only now did they jump out to cause trouble. Those fellows are going crazy. 2 of them have completely collapsed. They can't even speak clearly. It seems that they have completely fallen into the abyss of death. They are not dead yet, but their souls have been shattered. There is no way to save them. Qing Jun shrugged. I extracted part of the incomplete souls of those fellows, but I couldn't see anything. It can probably only be used to increase the accuracy of the deduction. I Ching looked at the vast white space and couldn't help covering his eyes and shaking his head. Not to mention Siyu. Even he could hardly stand this place. The guy we first went to see, he was a little special, but he has also entered the cycle of death. Even if he is special, these 5 days will probably... Let's go and have a look. Yun Nuashing nodded and let I Ching and the others go ahead first. She then turned to look at the little angel and said, "You stay here with Siyu and comfort her a little." After saying this, Yun Nuashing turned around and took a step forward, disappearing in front of Siyu and the other person, entering the deep space, and soon came to the place where the prisoner was. In front of them, I Ching and Ching Jun were standing with their hands behind their backs. In front of them was a desert. The sky was still a little dim, which did not mean that it was late. There was no sky or sun in this place. The dim sky could only mean that an unusually large sandstorm had just ended here, and it was the kind that could kill. The prisoner was lying on his side in the middle of the desert, his body flashing with a blue energy, light of the collapse of order. Most of the rules of his body had been lost, his face was almost transparent, and his body was still twitching constantly. The cycle of death that had just ended gave him a little time to breathe. It seemed that he had been doing well these past few days. The scale is really big. When we just left, there wasn't even a grain of sand, and now there is a desert. How many disasters has he suffered? I Ching looked at the desert that appeared out of thin air in front of her, and only felt her scalp tingle a little. Living a life worse than death, begging for death, but unable to... Ugh, I don't want to experience this feeling in my life. Ching Jun grinned bitterly and couldn't bear to look at the prisoner. The latter was also an original life form, but he ended up like this. It really made people sigh. Apart from the traces of the collapse of order and rules on his body, there was no trace of injury. It seemed that he had just died and was resurrected again. Every time he died and was resurrected, the collapse of the rules of order on his body would be more serious. Then his body would collapse, followed by his soul. And when his soul was also worn out, everything would start over again. Congratulations, you reined in a horse at the edge of the cliff. Yun Nuashing clapped expressionlessly. The empty space echoed with his emotionless clapping sound. In the cycle of death, falling into the abyss for 1,000 years, even so, you still managed to survive. So reality is as you wished you died, many, many times, repeated countless times. Oh, you seem to be in good condition. The prisoner twitched all over, and his body curled up like a shrimp, like a drowning person who had just been fished out of the sea. His eyes were dull and almost lost their light. He seemed to be unable to hear any external sounds. He just twitched and tried to bend his fingers. On the other hand, I Ching and Ching Jun couldn't help but grin when they heard this. What good complexion! That guy's spirit was about to collapse. You can still pretend that you can't hear anything. You can still choose not to listen, and your body can still produce a weak reaction. It seems that you are in good condition. Yun Nuashing said faintly, "Your spirit won't go crazy. Your soul won't disintegrate, and your state of life is limited to eternal existence. What reason do you want to use to explain your current situation? Do you want to play dumb and act crazy?" There was still no sound from the other side. Yun Nuashing and the other two stood on a sand dune in the desert, overlooking the poor guy who had drowned in the sea of sand from above. There was no pity in their eyes as they waited. After a minute, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and left. Forget it, forget it. If 1,000 years isn't enough, then 10,000 years. If 10,000 years isn't enough, then an era. Now, you will listen to me and personally control a nightmare. It seems to be quite fun. The wind and sand rose from all directions, rolling from afar into a huge vortex, about to envelop the entire space. The figures of Yun Nuashing and the other two also began to dissipate into the wind and sand. All of this fell into his eyes. Wait, wait! Yun Nuashing and the other two's figures gradually sped up as the wind and sand gathered from all directions. A huge object was faintly discernible in the wind and sand. It was as large as the sun and the moon, with 3 heads and 6 arms, ferocious and terrifying. Seeing that terrifying scene again, the last thread of the prisoner's spirit finally snapped. He hysterically yelled, Wait. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Click. A crisp sound rang out, and the yellow sand disappeared along with the terrifying figure. When they came back to their senses, they were in a vast white space. Yun Nuashing and the other two stood in front of the prisoner. He said to I Ching and the other two. Finally, he was scared to death. I didn't think that there would be something that could scare the heavenly origin god. In this space, right? I don't think it's impossible. Green couldn't help but smile bitterly. Has anyone stayed in this space before? If so, how long did they stay? Indeed, but time is meaningless. Everything depends on the thoughts of the guests who come in, Yun Nuashing said calmly. Someone really came in. I Ching smiled bitterly. Was it some extremely vicious person who appeared in history? Yun Nuashing slowly shook his head. I stayed here before. I set up a condition for mental suggestion and recovery for myself. Then I stayed in this space for 3 eras. Like an ordinary prisoner, I stayed here for 3 eras. I Ching and Green. Less than half a month has passed in the present world for me. But I've already spent 3 eras. I've destroyed the memories of those 3 eras, leaving only the cognitive fact that I've been here before. Miraculously, my spirit didn't collapse. Perhaps collapse is already normal for me. Perhaps this space is really a place for me to rest. The last sentence might have been a joke, but I Ching and Green still broke out in cold sweat when they heard it. He had locked himself in here for 3 eras to endure that strange, inhuman nightmare. Yun Nuashing turned around and ended the topic. He couldn't remember why he did such a thing at the beginning. Perhaps there was a reason or a purpose. He couldn't recall those things, but the memories of those 3 eras without daylight had definitely changed him. Perhaps after a while, Yun Nuashing and the other two sat down. They even kindly gave the prisoner a wooden chair, lifted him up, and threw him on the wooden chair. You won't die if you don't seek death. A few days ago, it's a matter of the past for you. Did you think of this day when you were causing trouble in the divine realm? Green saw that the prisoner was shivering and paralyzed on the chair. He saw that 1/3 of his body was covered by the energy of the collapse of order and rules. He couldn't help but shrug. You reap what you sow. What's your purpose? I Ching was much more straightforward. Seeing that the observer didn't have any intention to speak, he opened his mouth. The prisoner shrunk his body. He no longer had that indifferent and fearless attitude. When he heard this, he only said in a dull and unperturbed voice, There are many worlds that have thoughts about the divine realm. We're just one of them. As for the purpose, this is our purpose, but I don't know their purpose. Instigation? There's really someone behind this matter. Green also became spirited. Who is it? Which world's bastard? He shook his head stiffly. Then he tremblingly took out a mirror from his bosom and placed it on the table that had just been conjured. Inside, there's something they gave with it. We can plant that tree that devours the rules and order of the divine realm and turn that devoured energy into the power to attack the divine realm. Green took the thing and glanced at Yun Nuashing. When he saw him nod, he opened the space inside the mirror and turned it upside down. The mirror faced the table, and a moment later, a pure, red, oblate seed fell out of it. Even in this space, it exuded an unsettling energy aura. Yun Nuashing, who was originally lazily watching, suddenly sat up straight. I Ching and Green were also stunned for a moment. Their faces were grave, and the air was about to condense. Lord Phone, this thing! Yun Nuashing picked up the pure red seed and looked at it in the palm of his hand for a while. There was no movement or abnormality. After it fell into his hand, the unsettling aura was completely restrained. He looked at it for a few seconds, took out a bottle from his pendant, and poured out a red crystal ball. He placed the two on the table and compared them. Then he nodded. They're the same. You said this thing was given to you by them? Who is it? I Ching's face became 10 times more serious. He said in a deep voice, If you dare to lie, you know the consequences. The prisoner laughed bitterly. I don't know, we've never seen that kind of a distorted life form, right? Green finished his sentence. Then he looked at I Ching. 5 years ago, we lost track of that distorted life form. This time, maybe, we can't find it directly. The book of the epic and the observers, I didn't find anything. I even suspect that this thing is some kind of illusory existence or... Yun Nuashing said softly. He looked at the prisoner. You can come into contact with them? After that day, they gave us a seed and there was no more news. He trembled and smiled bitterly. He knew that saying this would arouse suspicion, but he really didn't know too much. However, his expression changed immediately. But they seemed to have some plans for the realm of the gods. In a few words, they mentioned a little bit. As for what it is specifically, we're not sure. A distorted life form that harbors some kind of resentment against the realm of the gods. Green waved his hand. I've never heard of it. Even if someone from the realm of the gods massacred an entire race or an entire world, it shouldn't involve the realm of the gods for no reason. I Ching shook his head. He stared at the two red, gem-like things on the table and suddenly frowned. You just said that the tree devoured the laws and order of the realm of the gods and used this energy to attack the realm of the gods, right? The prisoner nodded honestly. I Ching and Qing Jun glanced at each other. The latter understood what he meant and waved his hand. Probably he was killed before he could launch an attack. It's probably not something worth paying attention to. Lord Feng? Yun Nuashing slowly stood up. No, I've seen that tree clearly. It didn't have any way to attack. It's just a parasite that devours and stores energy. If that's the case, I did feel that part of the tree's energy was disappearing. It seems that this matter isn't over yet. The two of you should go and arrange the defenses of the realm of the gods. I'll leave the creation's barrier for later use. It's not the time to use it now. We need to use other means to defend the realm of the gods. After that, you should continue what you were doing. Also, pay attention to the void to see if there's any aura left behind. Yun Nuashing said as she pointed at the two gem-like things. I Ching and Green stood up and solemnly acknowledged. The latter looked at the prisoner, who was curled up on the chair with a dull expression. Lord Feng, how should we deal with this fellow and the others? Should we continue to stay here or... Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. Then she looked at the prisoner and suddenly said, You came from several worlds, right? The prisoner nodded subconsciously. Then, can you tell me the void coordinates of your world and the other worlds? Yun Nuashing asked indifferently. He was already in low spirits. Almost subconsciously, he said several coordinates. When he was almost done with the void coordinates of his world, he suddenly came to his senses. His eyes widened. You're not done? But it doesn't matter. I can use the Book of Epics to search for the rest. Yun Nuashing waved her hand casually and said to Green, Oh, by the way, let's put aside what you were doing earlier. Call the big guys. We have something to do. Green understood as soon as he heard this. He grinned hideously and rubbed his palms together. All right, this time. The young men of the ancient imperial world can't wait any longer. The heavenly deities of the myriad god realm are also waiting. I Ching grinned. When the three of them left this space, the prisoner's eyes became lifeless again. Moreover, it was lifeless like he was dead. He was like a walking corpse. He had been tortured countless times here, and his will had been destroyed. Now he had exposed his world to the enemy's eyes. It was over. Everything was over. He was a sinner. Even if no one knew, it couldn't change the fact. He was worthless. He was truly a walking corpse. Chapter 1290. On the way back from that special space, I Ching and Qing Jun had been whispering to each other. Ever since they got the coordinates of those worlds, the two of them had not stopped talking. Yun Nuashing would occasionally join in the conversation as well. After all, he was the one who pushed for this matter. In fact, he did not intend to do so in the beginning. With the identity of the realm of the gods, why bother with those ants? But this idea changed after he saw the pure red seed. When the seed was poured out of the mirror, when he confirmed what the seed was, and when he understood what the people behind the scenes were planning to do, he suddenly realized that it was not good to just take a beating and passively defend. Occasionally, he needed to take the initiative to knock down those who were secretly plotting against the realm of the gods. At the same time, he could also establish the prestige of the realm of the gods before the war. Since the situation in the void was already so chaotic, even if he added fuel to the fire, it would not change much. Besides, with the current situation in the void, even if the realm of the gods took the initiative to quell the chaos, literally quell the chaos in the void, it sounded good. In short, he got the coordinates when he had some thoughts. There were quite a number of 17 worlds, and it was no wonder that the combined forces could make the heavenly gods of the realm of the gods struggle a little. So, is the realm of the gods going on an expedition this time? On the way back, he called the little angel and Siyu and told them what was going to happen. The two people showed different expressions. The former did not feel anything, while the latter was a little worried. I thought of it on the spur of the moment. Yun Nuashing nodded casually. Actually, many people have mentioned this to me. At first, I just wanted to ignore it with the mentality of a dragon does not care about ants. But later, I accidentally saw something unexpected. This is the first reason. It is necessary to go to those worlds to check if there are any other clues. The second reason is that there is no point in passively defending all the time. Over time, it will affect the morale of some people. Yun Nuashing thought for a while, then shrugged. That's it. Just because of these two reasons, I decided to move around a bit. That's why I got the coordinates of those worlds. Actually, I was just asking casually. I didn't think too much about it. I just thought of the reasons. Do you believe me? Little Angel immediately nodded. It knew his character very well. However, I Ching and the others did not dare to answer casually, so they pretended to say, "I'm looking at the sky," and did not say anything. Yun Nuashing shrugged indifferently. When she looked away, she saw Siyu sink into her thoughts. She thought she was worried about the upcoming battle, so she could not help but say, "Oh, right, you don't have to go this time. When the time comes, it will be a battle between peak reciprocity experts. If you feel like you're not prepared, you can stay." Siyu looked up at him and pondered for a moment. "Won't it be troublesome if I go?" She had planned to stay, afraid that she would distract Yun Nuashing if she went. However, she clearly did not know how powerful Yun Nuashing was. That was why she had such thoughts. A battle of that level might sound grand and intense, but it was not much trouble for the people of the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. "No, it's just a small battle. There are indeed battles in the void that are very troublesome for me, but the battle that's about to happen is not one of them. I'm just worried that you'll be scared. If you want to come, then come. There won't be a problem." Siyu met his gaze and slightly raised her head to look at his pair of black eyes. Those eyes that were as deep as the abyss seemed to have a magical power, causing her uneasy heart to gradually calm down. She seriously thought for a while, clenched her jade-like hands, and finally nodded. "Okay, then I'll go. I'll witness your battle, a battle that belongs to you." Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head. "Good determination, but I want to correct you. It's our battle, not just ours." After leaving the terrifying white space, I Ching and Ching Jun went to prepare for the upcoming battle. As soon as they got the coordinates, they had already sent people to find and lock on the dozens of worlds hidden in the world group. They also had to confirm the general plan of action. This time, she might have to leave for a long period of time. See, you carefully mentioned to Yun Nuashing that she wanted to go back to the academy to say goodbye to her friends. If she could also go back to her home that she had not seen for 100 years, he gladly agreed. It was not a big deal in the first place. It was just that that girl had to carefully make such a request to him that he felt a little helpless. The high and mighty position always gave people a sense of distance, and he did not know how long it would take to get rid of that feeling. In the Divine Prefecture, where the western regions would be after dozens of eras, in a city called Qingning, Yun Nuashing sent Siyu and slipped into the city with the little angel. The girl said that she wanted to go home and have a look. Her expression was more or less reluctant, but that was her family's business and he did not care. It was actually good that she wanted to come back. He hoped that after she solved some of the troubles behind her, she would follow him to the vast and boundless world without any distracting thoughts. It's been a long time since I felt like returning to the world. The little angel listened to the many voices in her ears and felt the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. She sighed a little and then teased Yun Nuashing. You, staying in the deep mountains and forests every day without any contact with the world. You're almost becoming a hermit. The observer. It seems that there is no difference in essence. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and muttered, It's still in the realm of the gods. If it were any other size, the realm of the gods could be regarded as the 10,000 worlds. In this way, I am the observer of the realms. Do you think it's possible for me to let this body enter the mortal world, to play in the world? Na Hui is also the guardian of the realms. Isn't he the same? But he knows when to enter this world and when to return to the state of wandering outside the world. Oh, that's true. But that's him, not me. Yun Nuashing shook her head, helplessly. She looked at the many life forms walking past her while her eyes looked a little bored. I'm not too interested in things like the ways of the world. It's fine as long as I get to know someone. If I had any other choice, I probably wouldn't choose to get to know the people behind them. That's Feng Ling and Quarter Moon's answer, and Little Star's answer. She poked Yun Nuashing's face with her jade-like finger and laughed. It doesn't matter. That's why I'm half indifferent and half unhappy at the moment. Now the unhappy half has the upper hand, which is why I don't intend to interfere with the matters behind that girl. Yun Nuashing yawned and said lazily, Things like the ways of the world are troublesome, and still troublesome. You're saying it as if you were born without such troubles. Oh, it really doesn't seem to be the case. She spoke with a teasing tone, then suddenly froze. She carefully searched his memories. It really doesn't seem to be the case? Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and sighed. I don't have any, and you don't have any born? What state are we born in? My memories of the Dark Age have been traced to the very limit. At the time, I wasn't an observer, I didn't know Hui. I was a post-divine deity, I couldn't see anything further than that. I even suspected that there was nothing further than that. Tell me, what kind of thing am I? She murmured and reached out her jade-like hand to pat him. How would I know? But that's not important to you, isn't it? I gave myself all the meaning. I am me, you said it yourself. That's right. That's why I rarely think about these things. Without these things, there wouldn't be those troubles, but more or less it's a little regretful. Yun Nuashing sighed faintly and looked up at the sky. He clenched his fist slightly as if he wanted to grab something, but he didn't know what he wanted to grab. I can't find my roots. I can't find someone with the same blood as me. Looking back at this life, billions of lifetimes, I've always been alone, like a piece of duckweed floating on the surface of the water without a fixed place to stay. If one day I stand still and look at the path I came from, where would I see the end? I can't find it, so I won't look for it. I'll just keep walking forward. Billions of lifetimes, 1 trillion lifetimes, forever. The two people stopped talking about this topic appropriately in case they talked about more problems that they didn't want to talk about or face. Qingning City was just a medium-sized city, so there wasn't much that was breathtaking about it. However, at their level of vision, it seemed like nothing was breathtaking. Compared to admiring a city, Yun Nuashing and the little angel were still creating a small world together some time ago. They were playing around with different methods. The little angel was messing up the rules to see if it could be combined well, while Yun Nuashing was in charge of stabilizing the rules and preventing the small world from collapsing. At the same time, he was also in charge of getting rid of the things that he was tired of playing with. The two of them cooperated quite well. Although I expected this, I didn't think that I would be right. The two people walked on the street for a while. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing slapped his face, and he looked like he had a headache. The little angel was slightly stunned. Before he could ask any questions, he heard the words in his mind. Then he let out a long, "Ah." Something had happened to see you. It seems that there's a reason why the little girl didn't come home for 100 years. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't let go of this fate and chose to come back to take a look, there wouldn't be such trouble. Yun Nuashing shook his head and pulled the little angel to another street. But this is also the unique trouble of people living in the mortal world. It has nothing to do with me. Let's go, girl. Let's pick up the little girl and leave. The little angel responded and followed side by side. Suddenly, he thought of a problem and grinned happily. A pair of golden maimao curved into a crescent moon. "Little star, how many minutes can you hold your breath this time?" "Half an hour." "Aha, I think 10 minutes is my limit." Yun Nuashing grinned with a bitter face. "Can't you not expose me?" "It's hard to do that. This action is very painful." "Don't mess around. After all, that's Siyu's family. It doesn't matter to us, but it means something different to her." I know. The Si family had been living in clear, tranquil city for generations and had a long history. Not long after the city appeared, the Si family had been established in clear, tranquil city. They could barely be considered as a well-known family in the city. The strongest person in the family was only a divine spirit master. They were not considered to be a powerful force. As long as they did not provoke some high-ranking people, they would not have any worries. Although there were many people of that level, it was not easy to meet them. They would not come to this small, clear, tranquil city for no reason. They lived their lives carefully and peacefully. They lived a peaceful life. Today, the Si family seemed to have something going on. They held a banquet and invited some of the forces in Qingning City, as well as their family and friends. As for what was going on, Yun Nuashing was too lazy to care. He and the little angel realized that there were very few people on the street opposite to the Si family. Sigh, at this moment, in the corner of the Si family's hall. Siyu looked worried. She rested her chin on her hand and sighed softly. Countless powerful people had arrived, and there were many monsters and magical beasts that stopped at the door. Looking at the magnificent scene in front of her, she could not help but sigh that she came back at the wrong time. She just had to pick this time to talk to her parents, but she was given a cold shoulder as if they never had a daughter. She sat there and was being pointed at by her family and friends. She felt uncomfortable all over and tried to sneak out a few times, but she was caught and brought back. If it was in the past, it would have been fine. However, she had promised Yun Nuashing that she would come out in 2 hours. Now, there were less than 10 minutes left. She did not want to delay their matters because of her, so she had no choice but to ask them for help. Big sis, it's not easy for you to come home. Why are you sighing?" Sitting next to her was a young boy who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was her younger brother, Si Yan. However, the age difference between them was more than 3 digits. She often left home and left for decades. One time, when she came home and saw that there was a young boy in the house, she realized that she had a younger brother. The two of them rarely met. From the time Si Yan was born until now, they had only met 3 times. However, compared to the rest of the family, she felt that this younger brother who suddenly appeared was much more pleasing to the eye. It was just that his temper was too noisy, so he was kept here by the family elders to prevent him from going out and disturbing the banquet. I know. Big sis must be in love. You've asked your little lover to go somewhere to play, right? Siyu's face darkened. She raised her jade-like hand and gave him a knock on the head. A figure lingered in her mind, and she sighed. Your big sis did ask someone out, but it's not a lover. He's my teacher. Right now, she could only choose to use this title to avoid causing more trouble. I've asked him to come back in 2 hours to talk about something, and then I'll go travel with him. In the future, I might not come back for thousands of years. After being knocked on the head, Si Yan became more obedient. However, After being quiet for less than 10 seconds, he smiled mischievously and said, "So you came back to talk about your funeral? So that our mother and the others won't be worried about you and the family." Siyu had a beautiful smile on her face. She pinched his cheeks hard with her jade-like hands until his face turned red. Then she let go of him and sighed faintly. "Let's talk about something serious. This time, I really won't be back for a long time. Look after the family matters." "Oh, I'm worried about the others. To be honest, I don't really like this family. It's so noisy, and there's not a single day of peace." Si Yen rubbed his handsome face hard. When he heard these words that didn't seem to be a lie, his expression immediately collapsed. "Big sis, are you serious?" "When did I joke about these things? Let me tell you, if I wasn't caught, I would have escaped long ago. Now I even need my teacher to come and save me. It's really embarrassing." Siyu hung her head dejectedly and let out a long sigh. Si Yen was silent for a while. He sat on the chair and shook his legs. Suddenly he asked, "What kind of person is your teacher? Is he very powerful?" Siyu pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Very powerful. But just saying it like that doesn't have any real feelings. He's a person from another world that's beyond my understanding. However, your big sister is trying her best to get closer to that world." Si Yen softly replied with an "oh." She didn't know if he believed her or not. He looked around sneakily and carefully moved closer to Siyu's ear. "Big sis, if you can run away, quickly run away. This time, once you go with your teacher, don't come back. Mother and the others plan to marry you off." "Sure. Don't make such a big noise. I'll tell you secretly. They're still dealing with it outside. If you can think of a way, quickly run away." Siyu stared blankly at her younger brother, who was a few hundred years younger than her. She scratched her head and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Si Yen reached out to grab her hair and shook it a few times. He smiled and said, "I know Big Sis will definitely not be happy. When the time comes, you will fall out with your family again. But this time it's really a big matter. It seems that our family's patriarch has agreed. After all, Big Sis, I've heard about your legendary physique. So, if your teacher is really as powerful as you say, quickly let him take you away." "Oh, it seems that you're in a bit of trouble." Siyu was just about to sigh when a voice came out from the side and gave her a fright. She quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuashing and little Angel sitting beside her with a teacup as if they were guests. The problem was that no one in the hall noticed their arrival. The people who had been paying attention to this side and staring at Siyu were also stunned. "Little Star, how did you come in?" Siyu was stunned. After asking this question, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This question of hers was simply the stupidest question she had ever asked in her life. "In this world, other than the place opposite the front line, is there any place I can't go to?" Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned her head to look at her from head to toe. "I rushed over when I heard your cry for help. I thought you encountered something big, but now it seems that you're fine." Siyu's face was full of embarrassment. She lowered her head and shrunk her body, not daring to speak. Si Yen was also shocked to see his sister's attitude. He tilted his head to look at Yun Nuashing and sized her up. Then he grinned and said, "Hello, you must be Big Sis Teacher. Hee hee, the two fairy sisters are so beautiful, much more beautiful than my sister." Uft! The little angel spat out a mouthful of tea 3 to 4 meters away. Fortunately, this place was in a corner and there was no one in front of her. Otherwise, she would have jumped up and started cursing. The little angel took back her teacup and held her stomach to hold back her laughter. Her pretty face was red from holding back her laughter. Her wings and white dress were trembling. Siyu's pretty face was red. She carefully turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing's calm face. She seemed to be used to it. Yun Nuashing tilted her head to look at the little angel, who was trembling from holding back her laughter. She reached out and pulled a feather on her wing. The little angel, who was convulsing, exclaimed and came back to her senses. She quickly coughed dryly and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Si Yen scratched his head blankly. He didn't know what had happened. When he saw Yun, Nuashing, and the little angels' faces, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. They were fairies who had descended to the mortal world. He really thought so. He had never seen a woman so beautiful. He was about to go blind. Si Yu quickly slapped her brother's head to the other side. She knew that the little angel was the purest light in the world. If a mortal looked at her for too long, they would have problems. Si Yu saw that Yun Nuashing's teacup was empty and quickly got up to pour some tea. He casually took a few sips and looked up at her. "Have you said what you wanted to say?" Si Yu bit her lips and shook her head. Then she smiled in relief. "Let's not talk about it. There's no need to. Let's go. Let's wait a little longer. I think something interesting is going to happen." Yun Nuashing shook her head and looked at the strange movements in the hall. She couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1291. At the Si family residence in Qingning City, powerful figures constantly appeared from the void or rode strange beasts into the Si family residence from the main door. It was a lively scene. The people of the Si family were also busy, constantly welcoming the guests. The sound of congratulations made Yun Nuashing listen for a long time before he finally understood. The banquet, this time, seemed to be held for the birthday of the old man of the Si family. Compared to ordinary families and forces, the Si family had one more god-level life form, so naturally they could no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. They belonged to a well-known force and were unapproachable. Even though there were as many god-level gods in the god realm as there were sand in the sea, they were evenly distributed in such a vast area. Moreover, most of them were gathered in some bustling areas. In these more remote places, it was very rare to see a powerhouse of that level. Yun Nuashing expressed his understanding. In the eyes of mortals, he was referring to the life forms below the level of deities. In their eyes, the life forms below the level of deities were superior and difficult to come into contact with. Now that there was a banquet, it was a good opportunity. He expressed his understanding and quietly drank his tea without saying anything. Even though he knew that someone in the Si family had noticed him, he was too lazy to care. He did not leave immediately. Firstly, there was no rush. Secondly, he had said earlier that he hoped that Si Yu would be able to put down the many distracting matters of the mortal world and follow him to the wider world. It was not that he wanted her to sever all ties with the future. Well, to put it bluntly, he just wanted the little girl to come back and say hello. He wanted her to be able to calm her mind for a long period of time in the future. As for the things that would happen in the future, there were still many things in the future. At first, it was a little fun sneaking in. After a while, it was being glanced back and forth by some people. The little angel was getting a little impatient and couldn't sit still. Yun Nuashing saw it and understood its impatience. He just shrugged and reached out to rub its head. "Well, be patient. There's still a long way to go. Besides, you were the one who lamented to me that you haven't returned to the mortal world for a long time. How can you be tired of it so quickly? That's different. It's not fun here." It shook its head. "A few decades ago, when we went to other worlds to play, it was quite fun too. But here it's different. It's not fun here. It feels very restrained. Although it's called a banquet, there are many strange emotions and thoughts floating around. There are evil thoughts, there are impure thoughts." Yun Nuashing smiled silently. This was what he meant by mundane matters. However, even reciprocity experts like them would not be able to avoid scheming against one another on the battlefield of outer space. It could only be said that every level of life had their own schemes. They could be shallow or deep. The more they hid, the more difficult it would be for others to grasp. Si Yen walked around Si Yu and poured a cup of tea for Yun Nuashing. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Fairy. The banquets at home are actually not very fun. In the past few years, when Sister was not around, we had held a few banquets. However, they were not pure. They all had a very strong purpose. It's not very interesting." Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and sighed. Things in the world are always like this. Those who are unscrupulous will see their conditions and chess pieces everywhere they look. Those who have impure thoughts will do things differently, whether it's mortals or gods. Banquets, pure banquets, are very rare. I've only seen them once or twice. Oh, and they were all held with my help. Sister Fairy has held banquets before? What was it like? Si Yen asked curiously. His eyes were filled with longing for the outside world. He was just an ordinary little guy and had never left clear, tranquil city. He had never seen anything earth-shattering, so he was very curious about the outside world. Yun Nuashing had seen that gaze many times. What was it like? Yun Nuashing slowly put down her teacup. She tried hard to recall the scene. Thousands of worlds came to congratulate her as if they were on a pilgrimage. The black mass of heads was enough to make a person die on the spot. All kinds of demons and ghosts came to talk, ignoring the boundaries of races and worlds. They were noisy and noisy. Her face suddenly turned a little dark. Countless races, countless worlds, noisy and noisy. It was as if the entire void was shouting and clamoring without any pattern. After I was done with those things, I went behind the scenes to rest without showing my face. I did not show my face from the beginning to the end. Siyu was very concerned about these words. She caught a few words and thought of some things, but that was something she had heard from the Guardian's story. It seemed to be something that happened a few eras ago. At that time, there was a dangerous race in the void. They destroyed and occupied countless worlds, and in the end, they provoked the divine realm. The Guardian led the divine realm's celestial gods to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The battle went on for more than 300 years before the dangerous race was completely wiped out. After that incident came to an end, an unusually grand carnival was held in the void where the final battle was being prepared. The festive atmosphere almost overturned the void, and countless worlds in the void came to participate. She felt that what Yun Nuashing was talking about was very likely that time, and then being described like this by the people who helped organize the carnival. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that her beautiful vision of that kind of grand scene was shattered, and it would take a long time to repair it. That, "Little star, what do you want to do?" So you could not help but ask. She could see that Yun Nuashing seemed to have some purpose in staying here. She did not think that this small family could pique the interest of the great observer at all. She did not know what he wanted to do. I told you that you wanted to come back and take a look. I let you settle some things while I'm at it. After that, you can rest assured and follow me to get to know the bigger world. All right, to put it bluntly, I'm here to... That's right. Using your words, I'm here to accept a disciple. Yun Nuashing opened one of his eyes and glanced at her. Then, he could not help but send a telepathic message to Siyu. Just this once. Don't really call me master or master. Ugh, just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Siyu smiled bitterly and nodded. She did not know why this great observer seemed to be a little conflicted about accepting a disciple. Of course, I'm conflicted. Think about my identity, and then think about the fact that there's a guy next to me who doesn't mind watching the fun and wants the whole world to know about it. There's also a bunch of little guys behind me who are craning their necks to watch. These two guys are working together. That overly energetic guy is responsible for fanning the flames, and the heavenly gods of the celestial realm are responsible for igniting the flames. With this mess, the entire celestial realm will not be peaceful. Yun Nuashing said this with a bitter expression. Siyu tilted her head and continued to smile bitterly. She did not think that a mere matter of accepting a disciple could be considered a joyous occasion. It seemed that it was true. It was one thing for other people to accept a disciple, but this was the observer of the celestial realm. He was a person who was so mysterious that he always appeared in front of everyone. If someone suddenly told him that such an overly mysterious person had accepted a disciple, it would be normal for the entire celestial realm to be thrown into chaos. 80% of the people would definitely come to see the great observer, and the other 10% would come to see who this person who was so lucky to be accepted as a disciple was. It was no wonder that when Senior Guhong left, Yun Nuashing repeatedly reminded her that he did not accept a disciple, but merely adopted a child. Siyu actually felt that the latter reason was even stranger. The few of them whispered to each other and tried their best not to disturb anyone else. However, they were in a very conspicuous place, a corner of the hall. There was no one else around, but it was specially decorated, so it looked very special. Just by gathering there, they were enough to cause a commotion. Part of the commotion was caused by Yun Nuashing and the little angel. One's face was too confusing, and the other was not an original angel. It did not have the fuzzy perception, nor was it specially treated. That special life form was immediately noticed, not to mention the sacred aura that it carried. It would be strange if this group of people did not attract attention. Who are they? In the hall, the head of the Si family, Si Qing-shan, could not help but frown. He did not remember that there were two very strange women among the guests. The people around him heard him and looked over. After a while, they covered their eyes and shook their heads. Obviously, they had not seen these two people before. Si Qing-shan frowned even more. Just as he was about to walk over to talk, someone had already walked in front of Yun Nuashing and the others. Some of the people from the Si family who were talking looked over with deep meaning. However, after a while, they were all disappointed. That person was also from a divine force. After talking for a long time, to be precise, he was talking to himself and talking to the air for a long time without getting any response. He walked away dejectedly. His expression was slightly unfriendly. Si Qing-shan also wanted to go over and find out what was going on. However, there was some commotion outside the door, which made him turn his attention. His expression changed slightly, and then he quickly went out to greet them. Many people from the Si family in the hall also hurried over to greet them. It seemed that there were important guests. Si Yen sneaked to the entrance of the hall and looked around for a while. Then he ran back and whispered, "Sister, I heard that the godson of the Holy Mountain came with his teacher to congratulate us. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I don't know when we got to know such a person. The Holy Mountain is also a famous and powerful force in the Divine Land. If you don't know, I don't know either. I haven't been back for more than 100 years. Siyu rolled her eyes at him and shook her head helplessly. She also looked out of the door, curiously. A group of special guests had arrived outside. Instantly, the lively atmosphere was lifted to a higher level. The current head of the Si family, Si Qing-shan, was laughing so hard that he could not close his mouth. The god of Holy Mountain came with his master to congratulate them. To be honest, he was also confused. In the end, he heard that the god of Holy Mountain had a good relationship with a junior in the family. Only then did he understand. At this moment, he was laughing so hard that he lost his restraint after most of the people had arrived. The people of the Si family led them into the hall. Si Qing-shan was accompanying a young man. The two of them were talking, and the smiles on their faces became more and more exaggerated. Their mouths were about to split open. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but criticize silently. However, it was understandable. Holy Mountain had a high-level existence coming. Although it was on the way with a disciple to congratulate them, it was enough to give them face. There were two more people beside Si Qing-shan. One of them was the god-level expert from the Si clan. He had heard that a god had come to the Holy Mountain on the way, so he had hurriedly slipped out to welcome him. The person walking beside him was a man in green robes. He looked to be around 30 years old and was much taller than ordinary people. Coupled with his spacious robes, he gave off an indescribably dignified aura. However, there was a very calm smile on his face. Although he was a god, he did not put on any airs at all. "I came with this annoying little fellow to congratulate you. You don't have to pay attention to me." Yen Sheng smiled and waved his hand at the others. "Honorable God Yen, please take a seat." The god-level expert of the Si family bowed and said with some trepidation, "Ah, I just said that I am just a guy who came uninvited. You all follow my disciple. I will just find a corner and squat there. Let me see. PFFF." Yan Sheng smiled and waved his hand as he scanned the hall. He was just about to find a place to lean against the wall. Then his gaze suddenly paused, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared so hard that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Honorable God Yan, what's wrong?" The god-level expert of the Sea family was also shocked. He thought that there was something that he was not satisfied with, and he was very nervous. "No, nothing." "Aye." Yan Sheng, who was very calm just now, suddenly lost his composure in front of everyone. He was also overly excited. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and shook off the Sea family's people. Under everyone's confused and nervous gazes, he quickly walked to the corner. Yun Nuashing was talking to Siyu about some things in the past. They were talking about the future and future arrangements. To put it bluntly, they were just talking nonsense. Just as they were talking, they suddenly felt an aura rushing straight towards them. The few of them were stunned. Siyu saw Yan Sheng walking straight towards them and stood up nervously. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, they saw Yan Sheng quickly walk to 1 meter in front of Yun Nuashing. He had an extremely holy and solemn expression on his face. He half knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. He said solemnly, "Honorable God Yi's heavenly deities, Yan Sheng greets Lord Feng." Everyone in the hall was stunned. They rubbed their eyes hard and widened their eyes. They stared so hard that their blood vessels were about to pop out. Their breathing quickened, and some were even short of breath. A heavenly deity half knelt and saluted. They didn't dare to look at the strange person who was ignored in the corner. Si Qingshan and the others were also stunned. "Qingshan this? Who is this honorable God? Why didn't I hear you mention him? Also, why did he leave them hanging in the corner? Why didn't you inform me?" Damn it! The god-level expert of the Sea family was short of breath. His blood was blocked and his face was red. This? I don't know either. They suddenly appeared with Siyu. You know, that girl had a falling out with her family. She doesn't care about anyone, so... Si Qingshan's face was also covered in cold sweat. He felt that the Sea family might be done for today. A person who could make a heavenly deity half kneel and salute. In fact, Yun Nuashing herself was stunned for a long time. She looked at the person who was half kneeling in front of her in astonishment. A series of question marks appeared in her head. She couldn't help but scratch her head. "That who are you? I don't go out all year round. How did you recognize me?" Yan Sheng smiled bitterly. It seemed that honorable God, he was right. Lord Feng didn't recognize most people. He could only say patiently, "Yes, some time ago I followed the heavenly deities to fight in the concept layer of laws. I even saw you, my lord. This time, I was responding to your call to go on an expedition to other realms. I was about to go to the gathering point when I followed my disciples. We took a detour and didn't expect to meet you, my lord." "Oh, Yun Nuashing replied awkwardly. He knew a little about the current situation. After taking over the affairs of the heavenly deities, his appearance was remembered by the heavenly deities and heavenly deities of the heavenly deities. However, he didn't know that many people. Currently, the people he interacted with the most were I Ching and Lord Green. As for the others, he couldn't remember any of them. "Well, today I'm just, here for a walk. You." Before he could finish his awkward words, Siyan suddenly shouted and pulled Siyu's arm. "Wow, a heavenly deity. Sister, what kind of person is your teacher? A heavenly deity kneeling to welcome him. TSK. Hey." Yun Nuashing was stunned. When she turned around, she saw Yan Sheng's expression of disbelief. Yan Sheng's face was full of holiness. "Congratulations, Lord Feng, for having a beloved disciple." "No, wait a minute." Chapter 1292. "Anyway, I'm taking this girl away. I'm just here to say hello." In the main hall of the Sea residence, Yun Nuashing said calmly. He turned his gaze to the side. After the incident, Si was pulled aside by her father, Si Qingshan and her mother. Now, there were fewer people in the main hall. They were all asked to leave by the sudden incident to avoid causing a bigger commotion. He tried to convince Yen Sheng to understand that Siyu was not his direct disciple, but the latter still congratulated him. His face was still full of holiness, but he was no longer worried that the commotion would reach the point where everyone would know. Now that things had escalated to this point, the Si family's banquet had been led in a strange direction. Yun Nuoxing did not plan to do this at first. It was an accident, but in Si Qingshan's opinion, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The Si family's god was excited and confused. He knew that Siyu had a 5-elements body. He also knew that there would be big shots coveting her, but he did not expect this day to come so quickly. He had even discussed with Si Qingshan for half the night, the Si family has really given birth to a good daughter. To be able to make Master Feng take a liking to her and come personally, this is a great honor. It is an unparalleled honor even in the realm of the gods. Yen Sheng said with a smile. After the initial shock, he regained his composure and returned to his original state. Master Feng's identity. Ahem, I can't explain it to you, but there's no need for you to know. You just need to know that there are not many things in the realm of the gods that can catch his eye. The members of the Si clan who were still in the hall were all confused when they heard this. They were half annoyed and half relieved. A person who could make an Empyrean god half kneel to greet was naturally something they couldn't imagine. However, this kind of ambiguous statement felt a little strange. Yen Sheng saw that the people in the hall were confused and could not help but shake his head. He roughly knew what these people were thinking. He could not help but tilt his head to look at Yun Nuoxing. He was sitting on a chair and yawning out of boredom. There was a faint trace of tiredness between his brows. It seemed that he was tired of these things. Yen Sheng thought for a moment, then waved his hand at the disciple standing at the door and said, "Little Xuanzi, if you have time in the future, you should hang out with that little friend more often." The young man scratched his head. He didn't understand what his master meant, but he had always been obedient. Moreover, he had a good relationship with that friend of the Si family, so he obediently agreed. The god from the Si clan heaved a sigh of relief. Although his plan was disrupted, the result was being able to climb up to the power of a god was already a very good result. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Siyu. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. It seemed like the fate of the Si clan was tied to this little girl. In the future, it would be better to let the people of the Si clan mend their relationship a little. In the past, they were only a little strained, but it wasn't too bad. There should still be time to remedy it. Later on, the banquet returned to its original state. Yun Nuoxing was not in a hurry to leave. Other than Si Yen, Little Angel, and a few others, no one dared to come up to talk to her. Everyone else stayed far away, looking at her with eyes full of curiosity and awe. After Siyu finished talking with her family and confirmed that she didn't leave behind anything that would cause her to regret in the short term, she got ready to leave. In the future, when I'm not here, you have to pay more attention to the matters of the family. Be careful. Don't provoke any strange people. Right now, the realm of the gods is very chaotic. You have to be careful in everything. Before Siyu left, she pulled Si Yen aside and nagged. She couldn't help but sigh. If she couldn't let go, she was more or less worried about this silly little brother of hers, who was so lively that it gave her a headache. Just now, when that god came over, he was still making a fuss. If it wasn't for Yun Nuoxing by his side, who knew what would have happened? Si Yen grinned and covered his ears. He nodded vigorously and urged, That's right. Sister, don't worry and go. I will think of a way to take care of the matters of the family. Sister, on the other hand, be careful that you won't be able to get married if you keep nagging. Siyu had a bright smile on her face. Her jade-like hands pinched his face, causing him to scream. Not long after, Yun Nuoxing and the others said their goodbyes. When Siyu left, she didn't miss them too much. She left in a somewhat resolute manner. Yun Nuoxing didn't look like she was stubbornly enduring not to look back. It was more like she had thought it through. It seemed like she had seen something clearer. There were already some cracks in the relationship of the family to begin with. After this incident, it seemed like it was even more out of control. Have you guys fallen out? Yun Nuashing asked. Siyu was silent for a moment. Then she shook her head. That means you have given up without any regrets. Siyu was still silent. However, this time she nodded slightly. Mei Mao's expression was gloomy. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. She reached out and patted her head. Cheer up. There are many things in this world. Most things can't go as one wishes. Instead of praying that everything will have a good ending, why don't you seek those good endings yourself? When no one cares about you, you should feel sorry for yourself. Siyu lowered her head. A hint of warmth flashed across her eyes. She whispered softly in her heart, No one cares about me. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't go with Yansheng. The latter had something to do, so they took a detour to another place. However, they weren't in a hurry right now. More than a day had passed, so there was still some time to prepare. However, it wouldn't be long. Before they left, they still had to open the creation wall. They didn't know how much energy they had recovered from the door opening. Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to fully recover before the arrival of the great samsara. They didn't know if other people's interference would have any effect. After flying aimlessly in the sky for a while, Yun Nuashing saw Siyu staring blankly ahead. He didn't know what she was thinking. She had more or less recovered. She was a very strong girl. There was no need for him to say anything. However, she still seemed to be immersed in her thoughts. He couldn't help but ask, Is there anywhere else you want to go? See, you only came back to her senses after 2 seconds. She turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing looking at her. She was a little flustered. Are you asking me? Yun Nuashing stared at her carefully for a while. Then he sighed. You're absent-minded. It seems that you haven't completely recovered. That's right. I'm asking you if there's anywhere you want to go. Is there any place you want to have fun and relax? There's still some time before the army departs. Hurry up and adjust your state of mind. When we depart, there won't be time for you to be sad. Siyu looked at him. After a while, she smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little emotional. I used to know that there were very, very realistic people in other places in the world. I didn't expect that one day it would fall on my head, and I'm the one who was realistic. I'm a little emotional. I finally know why Little Star would talk about those trivial things in the mortal world. They are indeed trivial things. She smiled slightly. Her jade-like hand brushed her hair that was messed up by the wind. Her smile was bright and beautiful. Well, Yun Nuashing firmly believed that. Although elementary celestials were no longer considered humans, that was a matter of life form. At present, there were still people who had the heart of a human. Let's just treat them as humans. He had seen a lot of betrayals and betrayals. Those who were betrayed either completely changed their temperament or went crazy. There were also those who could still think clearly and continue to love life. But right now, this girl was calm and indifferent as if she wasn't affected. He hadn't seen this kind of situation many times. However, he didn't know her very well. He wasn't qualified to ask about these things. Only she knew what she was thinking. Siyu faced the wind and the sun, accompanied by thousands of miles of clouds. Her smile was as bright as the sun. She had indeed let go of those things in her heart. It was impossible to say that it didn't affect her. Today, she had clearly realized that her fate should be controlled by herself. Only when she was strong could she control herself. Weren't the people of the Sea family also afraid of that god and this mysterious person beside her? That's why they didn't dare to say anything. Speaking of fate, it seemed like it had already been arranged. Siyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. She tilted her head and secretly glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was facing the sun with narrowed eyes. She couldn't help but smile. Actually, this was a good result. At least for now, she liked this kind of atmosphere very much. It seemed like she would never feel any worries by his side. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, there was an inexplicably tense atmosphere in the God realm. It was an atmosphere that came from inside out. The movements of many gods were felt by people. Some of the famous major forces in the God realm, as well as many transcendental forces, suddenly started to move rapidly on the same day. They seemed to be preparing for something. Moreover, it seemed like they were preparing for something together. Some of the more sensitive people felt that something big was about to happen. Those visitors from outer space were even more aware of this point. Recently, they didn't dare to act rashly in the God realm. When they had nothing to do, they would hide in the God realm and pretend to be mortals. They were always vigilant, always thinking that someone was going to deal with them. This strange atmosphere reached its peak on the third day. A huge, tangible barrier appeared from within the Pantheon realm. Then it expanded explosively toward the edge of the Pantheon realm. In just a few seconds, it enveloped the entire Pantheon realm, causing everyone to panic. While everyone was panicking, a sacred voice filled with majesty instantly spread throughout the Pantheon realm. Every living being heard this sentence. Their hearts trembled incessantly. To all outsiders in the God realm, the barrier of the God realm is about to close. You have 30 minutes to leave. If you continue to stay in the God realm, you will be forced to stay here for a short period of time. Furthermore, you will be monitored by the barrier of the God realm. If it detects that you have the slightest intention of harming the God realm, the laws of the God realm will execute you. Please quickly decide on your future itinerary. I will say it again, the God realm is about to close. Either you stay here obediently and we will not reject any hostile life forms, or get the hell out of here. The voice was filled with boundless majesty. It was Huey's voice, but it didn't sound like something he would say. If the first sentence was filled with majesty, then the second sentence was really rude. It was the kind that ordered guests to leave right in front of their faces. Some people didn't think much of it when they heard it. They were relatively well-behaved people. They came here because they were interested in the God realm. They didn't have any special plans, so the words didn't mean much to them. The God realm is a big place. What right do you have to call the shots? As for the other group, there were some people who couldn't stay put. They shouted and shouted in unbridled voices in the sky. Those who heard it felt like these disobedient people were going to cause a big ruckus in the God realm in the next second. Before those people could do anything, a gigantic, dark, red energy beam descended from Sky Mountain. It carried with it a destructive energy that could topple the world, and it almost crushed the entire region. The heavenly gods of origin who were causing trouble were instantly suppressed. The excessive energy destroyed their bodies and almost half of their divine souls. After that, they were thrown out of the God realm. The people of the God realm and the outsiders felt their scalps go numb. Several heavenly gods of origin had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. It was as easy as blowing off dust. They couldn't think of any way to resist. It's him. Several decades ago, when we first arrived in the God realm, he attacked us. Some of the people who had arrived in the God realm a long time ago suddenly recalled that several decades ago, when they and the outsiders were fighting at the edge of the God realm, they were suddenly scared away by a violent, destructive energy. At that time, they had been wondering about the identity of that mysterious powerhouse. Now it seemed that he was indeed a powerhouse of the God realm. Moreover, he was so powerful that there was no limit to his strength. You can do whatever you want, but I can do whatever I want. Now you have 30 minutes. That voice spoke again. This time, no one dared to impudently reply. They had already learned their lesson from what happened just now. After witnessing this scene, those who had originally planned to stay behind continued to leisurely drink their tea. Those who were worried had already left long ago. As for those who were hesitant and looked like they would stay behind to cause trouble, they found it hard to resist after witnessing this scene. Without another word, they soared into the sky and left the realm of the gods. As for whether there were any fishes that had escaped the net, of course there will be. Those scheming old monsters won't settle down or leave just because of your threats. But it doesn't matter. The creation's barrier has been opened, and some of our people are staying in the God realm. Even if there are hundreds of heavenly gods of origin causing trouble at the same time, it won't be a problem. On a small mountain, Yun Nuashing said to Siyu, who asked the question, I only said that to prevent anyone from causing trouble in the God realm. This time we will be taking 80% of the forces of the God realm and the ancient imperial universe with us. We will be taking action against 17 worlds at the same time. We won't be able to take care of everything if we don't have enough manpower. It took the God realm and the ancient imperial universe 3 days to get everything ready. In fact, it wasn't just the God realm that was making a big move. The ancient imperial universe was doing the same. During these 3 days, some people were working hard to prepare the things they needed for the expedition. Some scouts had already confirmed the coordinates of the void and found the 16 worlds. The last one was deduced by Yun Nuashing, and she was ready to lead the expedition. I Ching and Jun Qing, the two lords who always showed up, had already rushed back from the void the day before. They sorted out their manpower and confirmed the general plan of action. Early this morning, they led the troops on the expedition. The two realms had divided their forces into 16 groups. They had to have a good discussion. Even if the original gods of the God realm were too powerful, they still had to consider the combat power of the other worlds. They knew nothing about the 16 worlds. So why are we dividing our forces into 16 groups? Aren't you afraid of something happening? Those are our precious forces. On the bed, we had a rare moment of sobriety. Just now, he had used the script that Yun Nuashing had prepared in advance to give a speech. Deterrence. The greater the deterrence effect, the better. Otherwise, there will be people who have ill intentions towards the God realm. The resonance of the timeline was originally used to gather combat power, not to let them kill each other in the void. Moreover, they even brought trouble to the God realm. Yun Nuashing waved the nether void sword and pinched her palm to make sure that she was in a perfect state. She then turned to Hui and said, Let's not talk about this first. What's the situation with you? Are you really under the protection of the original gods? Aya, it's just a trivial matter. Hui stretched lazily on the bed. The protection of the original gods isn't that easy to get. Over the years, I've spent a lot of time immersing my consciousness in the lower levels of the God realm to come in contact with the origin energy. Well, don't worry so much. There's progress. It's been hard on you. You didn't want to go through all this trouble. And the God realm has been fine all these years because you've been there. Ha! I never thought that there would be a day when I, the Guardian, would not do my duty. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms with a look of reluctance and disdain. TSK. If that's what you really want, then hurry up and go on an expedition. Damn it, isn't leading an army the job of a guardian? Shouldn't I be guarding the rear, obediently? Why do I have to guard the rear and go on an expedition myself? Probably because you're a little incompetent, so I found something for you to do. Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up. It's just 16 worlds. In the past, if I went on an expedition myself, I would be back in 10 years or so. If it's you, yeah, I think you'll be back in 2 days. If you come back in 2 days, there will be a lot of sacrifices. The war is imminent, although I don't know how long it will take. It's not wrong to prepare for it as if it's going to start in the next second. I don't want to waste the precious combat power of the God realm in such a place. Yun Nuashing grinned and patted Huey's stomach casually. Then she stood up from the bed. All right, I'll go do some exercise. As you wish, the observer will go on an expedition to punish those bastards who disrupted my vacation. As for you, just lie down and be good. All right, then I'll leave it to you. When you come back, things here should be almost done. Hui nodded, his eyelids twitching as if he was about to fall asleep. After a moment, Hui suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Siyu, who was standing quietly beside him. With a smirk on his face, he said, Your second wife? Whoa, wait a minute, I'm injured. I've contributed to the organization. I've bled for the organization. Don't be impulsive. Whoa. You're eating sh*t. Yun Nuashing pressed the book that was as big as a bed on Huey's face and clapped her hands angrily. When she turned her head, she saw Si looking at them with a puzzled expression. There was a hint of red on her youthful and beautiful face. She could not help but say, "Don't worry about that guy, he has intermittent seizures." Si Yu's face was red, but compared to that sentence, she was more concerned about another thing. "So, the Lord Guardian is like this. Then those stories, those—" Yun Nuashing sighed meaningfully and patted her shoulder. She said earnestly, "Another girl who has been poisoned by folk tales. Forget those. The fool in front of you who has been paralyzed in bed for decades is the legendary Lord Guardian. That's right, he has intermittent seizures. You haven't seen him for a few days, so you didn't get to see him when he woke up. Otherwise, your impression of him would have collapsed even faster." Siyu tilted her head and closed her eyes with a look of disbelief. "Then those stories of expeditions eradicating evil, eradicating some trash in the void because they came knocking on our door, guarding the realm of the gods for many years, fighting against the darkness. The essence is the same, but there are not so many things, right? In fact, many things are left to our subordinates to deal with. If there's nothing important, we won't do anything. The world-shattering war of the infinite realms, the battle of the infinite realms, that's true. There's also a carnival after that, but it's so noisy that it gives me a headache. Things that the Lord Guardian and those goddesses and princesses have to talk about? Dozens of them. Hui still doesn't have a family. What the hell are those messy things? And there are stories that the Lord Guardian and the Lord Observer have to talk about?" Yun Nuashing and Hui turned pale with fright. "What kind of miraculous and shocking figures are we among the common people?" Siyu shrunk her neck and muttered, "There are rumors among the people. It's said that someone has seen the Observer. She's a holy and beautiful woman, so there's a saying that the two lords are a couple. On the other side, the little angel was laughing so hard that she was almost out of breath. On the other side, Yun Nuashing was speechless, and Hui was trying his best not to laugh out loud, so much so that his face turned red. So it's not all true. I know that some of them are unreliable, but I didn't expect them to be so unreliable." Siyu muttered with a red face. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not about whether they were reliable or not. They were basically making things up. Well, after such a commotion, the grand atmosphere of going on an expedition to other realms was suddenly gone. Yun Nuashing didn't even know what kind of expression she should use to face those warriors later. Once she thought that they might have seen those things, she suddenly wanted to run away. Chapter 1293. Yun Nuashing could not figure out the strange stories that were spread among the people. It was better to say that they were biographies of people. He and Hui looked at them and guessed that they could be regarded as biographies of life experiences. It was a realistic story, but it seemed that there would always be some strange things in those biographies. It was a big surprise to be able to understand these things. I admit that he is romantic and elegant on behalf of Hui. This guy. Shut up and lie down. He's the kind of person that everyone loves and flowers bloom when they see him. Turning around and smiling, he can attract a world's young ladies to rush over without a care for anything. If he roars outside that he's looking for a groom, there will definitely be countless young ladies squeezing over and trampling the entire god world. Do you believe it or not? Yun Nuashing muttered, and at the same time suppressed Hui, who was struggling to quibble. Then he took a deep breath, and his face gradually darkened. I can understand all these. Well, I can completely understand, but what is this? The story of the Observer and the divine children. Is this thing really not made up because they have a grudge against me? Let's not talk about these bastards mistaking my gender first. Well, I can only blame myself for this. The question is, why do they have to make a bunch of guys who I have never met before? Let's not talk about Hui being romantic and elegant You shut up and lie down. Looking back on my dozens, a few eras of divine life, I don't know many people in my life. Except for special circumstances in the past 100 years, I can count them with one hand. I have killed a lot of people, but how did they stuff so many people I have never heard of in this? Well, it's lonely divine life. Yun Nuashing was so angry that she laughed. She did not know what she was angry about. Was she angry that her gender was mistaken and then a twisted story was created? Or was she angry that the story was twisted in the first place? Back then, when Hui and I went out with a few young girls, this guy tried his best to matchmake me with another girl. In the end, that girl said that she liked someone who was more masculine. Mother, why did I say this? The three people didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they watched Yun Nuashing ramble on and then squat in a corner helplessly. His face was ashen, and he sighed one breath after another. They felt that those words, that day, and that experience were probably the darkest moment of his entire divine life. All right. The little angel walked over and pulled him up. Her red lips kissed him gently on the cheek. She smiled softly and said, "They don't like it. They have no taste. I like it, okay?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Siyu flipped through a large pile of folk tales about the two big figures, Yun Nuashing and Hui, that were casually thrown on the ground. She lifted Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuashing. She blinked her eyes. She was indeed a girl. Her masculinity and whatnot seemed to be rarely revealed. Well, but that face was indeed pleasing to the eye. It could almost reach the level of being attractive to both men and women. Oh, I can't say this. If I say it out loud, I will be beaten up. The guardian who said the wrong thing has already been tied to the bed. We couldn't help but chuckle and said, "That's what you say, but that's just your appearance." However, when you are masculine, there aren't many times, but there are still times. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and asked, "For example?" We took a deep breath and said solemnly and seriously, when you go crazy, you are more." Yun Nuashing slapped her face. Was he saying that if he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't be a man? Yun Nuashing casually tidied up the strange folk tales that she found from the folk tales. Her cheeks twitched when she saw the strange names. She couldn't wait to burn them all to clear her eyes. "It's almost time for you guys to go over," Hui suddenly said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. The army set off earlier than them. She stayed behind to set up the creation's barrier and settle the rest of the matters in the celestial realm before setting off. Calculating the time, most of the elites in the celestial realm should have already arrived at the gates of those worlds. They were divided into 16 groups, waiting for an order to break in and burn, kill, and loot. Revenge. Hui was a little worried that there would be problems if they were divided into 16 groups. However, he was only worried and did not directly interfere with Yun Nuashing's plan. Most importantly, both of them believed that the strength of those worlds should not be too strong. Perhaps they had the strength to gather and cause trouble in the celestial realm. But after all, they were limited by the world. Even if they existed in the upper plane and were located in a prosperous land in the void, the world itself was still weaker than the celestial realm. This could already be seen from the battle in the conceptual layer of the rules. Therefore, this battle might end very soon. After checking the defense of the celestial realm again to make sure that there were no loopholes in his understanding, Hui also said that he would deal with it if there were any big problems. Yun Nuashing then flashed into the void with Siyu and the little angel, and quickly teleported to the gathering place. This was the front line of the void. Oh, not the front line of the blockade. This front line belonged to the celestial realm. At this place at the bottom of the void, close to the void, there was a powerful detection shield. A huge temple engraved with divine runes, and runes stood in this completely dark space. This was the place where the warriors of the celestial realm who came out for an expedition gathered. There was no need for too many things. As long as there was a space that could accommodate many people and an infinite amount of energy, it would be enough. Yun Nuashing and the other 2 people appeared on the top floor of this temple in an instant. I Ching and Qing Jun were talking about something. were shocked by the sudden appearance of the people who suddenly appeared. They were about to be alert when they realized that it was the observer. They quickly got up and saluted. "Well, don't mind me. You guys continue your conversation." "Yes." I Ching cupped his hands and rotated the blue crystal in front of him with his fingers. Energy images were projected in the hall on the top floor. What was reflected were the light clusters of the worlds that were connected to each other. According to the information we have obtained, we have previously missed a condition that has a great impact on the battle situation. I Ching said as he pointed at the light clusters of the worlds. The 16 void coordinates that we obtained earlier are all in the same void region. They are very close to each other. We have found traces of people moving the light clusters of the worlds and piecing them together. This change probably happened after they formed an alliance. The 16 light clusters of the worlds in the image that are marked by the origin are the 16 coordinates. There is also the one that is very close. It's the 17th. Yun Nuashing finished his words and said, "There's no need to deduce anymore." I Ching nodded. When he first learned the coordinates, he was stunned for a moment because they were too close. He didn't expect them to be a connected world group. In the image, there were 17 worlds very close to each other, and the other worlds were centered around these 17, like stars surrounding the moon. He pointed to the surrounding worlds and said, "What we missed before is the worlds that they control and govern." After a few days of observation and intelligence gathering, it seems that they have a large number of controlled. Well, the races that are ruled have a lot of living forces. After countless years of subtle changes, the lives of those worlds have taken this for granted. The 17 worlds are incomparably sacred in their cognition and are inviolable myths. They are not controlled by rough means as I thought at the beginning. That's why I said that they are ruled races. If that's the case, the number of enemies we face will be much greater. How many worlds do we have to deal with in total? I Ching pondered for a moment and shrank the image projected by the blue crystal by a lot. The light clusters of the worlds appeared in his vision. He pondered for a moment and said, "There are a total of more than 60 worlds. Moreover, they were originally the life forms of the origin world. Moreover, they are near the center of the void gathering, so their energy is not weak. The number of Empyrean gods we have to face is probably no less than 1,000. Yun Nuashing suddenly said, "A unified world." This, from the information we know so far, that is indeed the case. Such a huge unified world, and an alliance to form an even stronger force, is rare in history. I Ching nodded solemnly. Ching Jun crossed his arms and thought for a while before saying, "It's just like a huge amount of energy gathered to deal with something. It's better to say that it was premeditated. Since they took control of the first world, they have been planning something, right? Their next step is to attack the realm of the gods?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. "It's like hitting a rock with an egg. No matter how much power they gather, it's still far from the power of the realm of the gods. They obviously know this, or they wouldn't have chosen to rely on external forces." He took a light breath. However, they still couldn't keep their cool. They were a little too anxious. They should have planned their next step around that tree, the next 100 steps, instead of pinning their hopes on that tree. By the way, speaking of the tree, have you found that energy in those worlds over the past few days? Lord Foam, I'm very sorry. We have searched this part of the void with all our might, but we couldn't find any trace of that distorted energy. We don't know if it's hidden or... The one who answered was not I Ching or Green, but another Empyrean god in the hall. He lowered his head and sighed. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. "There's no rush. Also, don't search too openly. We'll be in hiding until the real battle begins. As for searching, focus on those 16 worlds, or the world I marked out. If there's still that thing, it shouldn't be anywhere else." Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and raised his hand. "Wait, I think I said something wrong. That tree is used to absorb the energy of a world and use it against the light of an entire world. The realm of the gods is a little special, so it's a little harder for it to eat it, and it can't directly deal with the light of an entire world. However, it shouldn't be much of a problem for some ordinary worlds. If that's the case, let's not bother about those 17 worlds for now. Get some people to look at the edge of this void and outside to see if there are any traces of world destruction, or observe the light of those worlds. If they show signs of energy weakening or drying up, then go in and take a look. Lord Feng, I think we still need to look for those 17 worlds. I Ching cupped his hands and said, according to that person, that tree is used to absorb the energy of a world and use that energy to launch attacks. There should be one that absorbs energy and one that attacks. That's right, but I don't think it's in their hands. It should be in the hands of those sneaky fellows hiding behind the scenes. We still need to look for those 17 worlds, but we need to look for any traces that could be related to those distorted fellows. Not even the slightest trace would be a problem. Yun Nuashing nodded. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment after saying that. His gaze swept across everyone in the hall, and then he looked at I Ching. Are all of you here the commanders of the 16 forces that you've sent out? I Ching nodded. We're at your command. Do you know about the god-destroying tempest in the great void fissure? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, and a deep sense of fear and dread flashed across their eyes. That place was the place where the great heavenly god of origin had fallen. It was filled with an indestructible tempest of destruction, and that energy could destroy the heavenly god of origin tens of millions of times over. Yun Nuashing rubbed his fingers on the table as he stared at the 60-odd worlds. I can borrow the energy of that place, a part of it. It won't be a problem to bury this entire void fissure. Do you think this plan is feasible? Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked at each other in shock. There were 60-odd worlds, and not all of them had designs on the realm of the gods. There were quite a lot of low-level life forms among them, and there was no telling how many lives there were in total. They could be reduced to ashes with the snap of a finger. Lord Feng, you mustn't do that. I Ching was stunned by the terrifying plan for a long time before he recovered. He hurriedly said, if we directly destroy all of them, some things will be destroyed as well. The traces of that distorted race that we've been searching for decades might be left in this place. We've already grasped the locations of some of the living star regions in these 17 worlds, and we've confirmed that those locations should be where the people who attacked the realm of the gods are gathered. Ugh. Before he could finish, he saw Yun Nuashing chuckle a few times. Then he heard him say, all right, I'm just suggesting a plan to be used as a stepping stone. Look at how nervous you are. Phew. Everyone in the hall quietly wiped away their sweat. They did not have much contact with Yun Nuashing, and they did not know much about him either. In the past, they had followed the Guardians into battle, and this was the first time they had followed the Observer into battle. They did not expect him to suggest such an exciting, deadly, and terrifying plan. There are still many living beings in the void fissure. There are still a lot of life forms coming and going in and out of this void. Try not to involve too many unrelated people. Seal off the void where these 69 worlds are. Be as careful as possible. Don't completely seal them off. If there are any origin rank powerhouses who want to go out, they'll be on alert immediately. In this area, including these 1,000 or so worlds, prepare to seal them off completely when the battle truly begins. Then, set up another barrier in these 69 worlds. If there really are people who want to go out, I want to be able to find their location at any time. Then, it's time to arrange the personnel. I originally planned to split into 16 groups, but now I've changed the plan. Have everyone find a world they like and hide in these 69 worlds until the birth of the world. Do your best to find traces of that twisted race. Everyone listened to Yun Nuashing's arrangement and immediately thought about how to achieve that effect in their minds. It was not difficult to seal off this large area of the void fissure, but it was a little difficult to use a barrier with the effect of aura marking to cover the void fissure around the 69 worlds. They needed to act carefully. After all, the other party was also a high-level origin life form and must have many means to observe the void. So, they could not cause too much of a commotion. Then, everyone suddenly thought of one thing. The void was so chaotic now. This was a very good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Oh, what they meant was that they could use the big movements in the void to set up a seal. After all, many battles had broken out in the void in these places. It was just that no one knew that there was a group of violent warriors hiding at the bottom of the void, ready to wipe out these 1,000 worlds in one fell swoop. Pay attention again. Right now, we're still in the lurking and preparation stage. Don't rush up and... Yun Nuashing glanced at Qing Jun. Just rush through the void. Qing Jun shrunk his neck and scratched his head with a silly smile. I don't want to have any casualties when dealing with these guys in the gutter. No matter how many people come out, send them back to the divine world. We are here to punish, not to throw away our lives. Yun Nuashing slapped the table and looked around. Is it clear? Yes, Lord Observer. The group dispersed and immediately carried out Yun Nuashing's order. I Ching and Qing Jun had already made arrangements for the warriors of the divine world in their souls. Yun Nuashing looked at everyone getting busy. She scratched her head and sat down next to them. She let out a long sigh of relief and could not help but mutter, "My head hurts. I haven't thought about so many things for a long time. Actually, I think Qing Jun's idea of rushing through the void is not bad." Mei Mao looked at him with gorgeous colors. When he gave the order just now, she could feel his burning soul and inextinguishable aura. Now it was extinguished all of a sudden. She did not know why, but she was looking forward to seeing him go crazy. She wanted to see if he would be like what the guardian said. The little angel walked up, put her soft hands on his shoulders, and squeezed gently. She bent down and looked at his face. "You weren't really going to do that just now, were you?" "It's true. If I was the only one doing it, although I would accidentally hurt a lot of lives, trillions of lives, it is indeed the fastest way. There is no other way to intimidate people more than this." Yun Nuashing showed a comfortable expression and said those scary words in a lazy tone. Siyu looked at the large world of light and pursed her lips. She still did not have much of a concept of the entire void, so many worlds and so many lives. Her cognition was insufficient. Perhaps after she had the ability, going to another world of light would be the same concept as going to another city now. She still could not see such a vast world clearly. Are these glowing balls every world? Siyu muttered to herself. Seeing Yun Nuashing and Qing Ju nodding at the same time, she said, "Which world are we going to?" "Just like the plan. We are going to the original world. We can directly hand the seed to that person. His world should have been specially taken care of. I have to go and see for myself." Yun Nuashing said. I Ching was making arrangements at the side. When he heard that, he put down what he was doing and said, "According to the information we have now, that world is probably the leader of the entire alliance. Over the past few days, we have observed that a lot of information and energy are flowing into that world. It is like a center. A few days ago, their large-scale invasion of the realm of the gods did not cause any ripples in those worlds. I don't know if the news was suppressed or if no one knew at all. Now, there are also many lives coming and going in this unified group of small worlds. After all, the current situation in the void," Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and sighed bitterly. "If I knew this would happen, I would have just gotten rid of them before the timeline resonates. Ah, now that's a lot of trouble. It won't be that easy to get rid of all of them without leaving a single one alive." I Ching shrugged, knowing that Yun Nuashing was just complaining. He ignored the previous topic. Indeed, there are many unrelated people in there. Killing one or two of them is nothing. But if we destroy them to ensure that we can clean them up, there will be a lot of bad news in the void. Perhaps it would cause public anger, and thousands of worlds would gather to attack the realm of the gods. Before the death mist of the abyss could reach us, there would be a civil war with order as the battleground. Yun Nuashing straightened his hand and said lazily, so the plan to blow up this area is just a passing thought. You being able to think clearly is the greatest mercy you can show to those innocent people. I Ching smiled and projected a location in the void. This is a very important gathering point in that world. There are other connected living places around it. We won't disturb your thoughts. Having said that, I Ching stepped aside and continued to work on the arrangements. Yun Nuashing took the crystal and tossed it up and down in his hand for a while. After a while, he turned to look at the little angel and Siyu. Let's go, girls. We'll set up the battleground and coordinate with them. Before the big move, we have to be prepared so that they won't notice anything. We'll also check out the battleground while we're at it. Chapter 1294. Sneaking into a huge world ball of light was a very easy thing to do. No one had the time to stare at the world barrier for an entire day without doing anything. Furthermore, when a life form entered the world ball of light along the world barrier, it wasn't as simple as opening a door and walking in. After all, even if a life form entered the world light, it did not emerge from the edge of that world's planetary system. When a life form entered the world light, they would become pure energy for a short period of time. After passing through the world barrier, they would instantly revert back to their original state. That was how they entered the world barrier. As for the speed of energy flow, there was a limit to the speed of energy flow. However, some of the more advanced forms of energy did not have such a limit. In other words, the Empyrean gods could enter the world barrier and go wherever they wanted. At present, the void was in chaos, and this place was no exception. Even before entering, one could feel the tremendous energy aura exploding and flowing within. Chaos had become a daily occurrence in every world, and even if there were 1,000 origin life forms in these dozen or so worlds, there was no way to accurately distinguish who had entered this world. With such a world-level contest and such a chaotic and complicated background, it was even more impossible to distinguish whether it was an enemy or a tourist who had entered this world. That was why the Empyrean gods had entered the world barrier in stealth mode. As long as they did not jump out, there was no risk of being discovered. The other worlds aren't that special or different, just like how the realm of the gods is very powerful and special to other people. When we from the realm of the gods see another world for the first time, we also look at it as if we're looking at something new. We can't help but sigh, "Damn, this world is so small." Yun Nuashing brought his little angel, and Siyu to the 17th world. It was the world that was surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. From what he could see, the energy level of this world was slightly higher than the surrounding worlds, and the illusory world origin was even more powerful. If he was not mistaken, this should be the main world of the Allied forces. Who knows? While the soldiers of the celestial realm were still making plans and carrying out missions in the void abyss, the highest-ranking commander had already dragged the two girls to an enemy world for sightseeing. But judging from the current situation and the scene before their eyes, calling it sightseeing might not be the right word. Boom! Yun Nuashing and the other two had just emerged from the energy teleportation when they felt a strange energy flow. Following that, there was a loud bang as a huge energy rainbow exploded not far away. The terrifying energy caused Siyu's pretty face to turn pale. At first, she felt that the energy came from the front, but in just a breath's time, that feeling came from all directions. It was as if she was in the center of destruction, and she almost couldn't breathe. When the three people descended, they were covered in an energy barrier. Yun Nuashing was the one defending it, so she was naturally not afraid of this level of energy explosion. The biggest effect this energy had on them was to scare Siyu out of her wits. Phew! When the energy explosion dissipated, Siyu regained her senses. She looked at the starry sky with a face full of cold sweat. In the distance, there was even more energy wantonly pouring out. The rumbling energy explosion seemed to fill the entire world, causing her heart to beat uncontrollably. There's a battle here, too. It's really chaotic. Why are these people fighting? Well, You'll have to ask those guys who have nothing better to do. Who knows why they're fighting? The void is very chaotic right now, and no one can figure out why it suddenly became chaotic. Yun Nuashing shrugged. I can only say that when intelligent beings gather together, it's easy for them to cause trouble. Look, this is the evidence. If you want more evidence, I can show you a few scenes of the destruction of worlds. The two sides fighting didn't even know each other a few decades ago. God knows what happened that caused a great battle of the origin. Siyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. No, this galaxy had fallen into a chaotic battle. The two sides fighting, 3 sides. Perhaps there was a 4th side, but who knew? Yun Nuashing and the others just happened to descend in this place, and then they were hit in the face by an energy arrow. He actually subconsciously gathered a cluster of energy, but thinking that he was not here to cause trouble. Not for the time being, he did not do anything. In the dark background of the galaxy, a star was shattered. Countless fragments shot out from a protruding piece, and 2 or 3 people broke through the star. Energy splattered everywhere. It was an attack of law destruction. Normally, a star was a body of pure energy and would not be shattered like a stone. The destruction of a body of pure energy was nothing more than an energy annihilation, or an energy blast with the purpose of destruction. Looking at the dazzling battle in the starry sky, Yun Nuashing felt bored, so he brought the 2 people beside him and flew towards the star field in the distance. He could feel that there were life auras gathering in the depths of this star field. Following that direction, he carried out flickering teleportation again and again. Soon, he left that space and entered a relatively peaceful space. Suddenly, a huge sun appeared in front of him, with several stars revolving around it. The planet they were on was extremely huge, vast, and many times larger than an ordinary planet. Furthermore, there was another aura on this planet. That aura made Siyu, who was about to visit this planet, a little fearful. It's the imprints of gods, and there are quite a few of them. If we want to deal with them, we just have to use energy equal to or greater than theirs. Ignoring the others, there are 50 to 60 imprints of the Empyrean god of origin. Oh, some of them are abandoned, just remnants of power. It's not difficult to deal with them, but there are still 30 or so that really exist, Yun Nuashing murmured. Siyu tugged at the sleeve of the little angel and asked softly, What do you mean by that little star? There are 50 to 60 imprints of the Empyrean god of origin, which means that 50 to 60 Empyrean gods of origin were born on this star, and there are still 30 or so of them that exist. The difference in the number of imprints probably means that those Empyrean gods of origin are already dead, and the remaining imprints have not completely dissipated. They are still suppressed in the star and the concept layer of this void, the little angel explained softly. When you see it, you will feel that the Empyrean god of origin is really suppressing this place. This is a kind of protection that the Empyrean god of origin has for the imprint. Most people will probably choose to move the imprint to a place that is important to them, and some people will not care about it. Siyu expressed that she completely understood. Then, she looked at Yun Nuashing curiously. Where did little Xingxing leave his god's mark? Yun Nuashing clenched his hands. I ate it. It didn't stick to the concept layer of the void. Siyu was stunned and looked at the little angel in puzzlement. The latter smiled bitterly. This guy is very special. It's not strange that anything happened to him. Yun Nuashing looked at the 2 of them and said, The imprints of the Guardian and the Observer were originally branded in the realm of the gods. It is also a kind of invisible protection. Huey's imprint is still there, and mine was eaten by me. I used another method to strengthen the original defense of the realm of the gods, making it even stronger. The little angel blinked. The creation's barrier? Yun Nuashing nodded with a slightly strange expression. This was from his memory. When he learned that the creation's barrier was actually contaminated with his aura, he was stunned for a few seconds and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Fengling to choose to do this. It seemed that he would have to protect the realm of the gods for another dozen or so eras. On the other hand, he seemed to be inseparable from the realm of the gods for the rest of his life. This star has special traces of evolution. It seems that it has been tampered with by someone. The rules and a part of the order have traces of raising. It seems that someone wants to evolve it into a higher standard world and let it transcend this world of light. Well, it's worth praising, but the path is a little difficult. Yun Nuashing looked down at the star and observed it with interest. He didn't treat it as an enemy's world at all. I really want to cut it in half with my sword. He cut it in half. It should be very beautiful when the dazzling sparks bloom. It should be very beautiful. The next moment, Yun Nuashing suddenly trembled as if he had a stroke. He hugged his lower abdomen and hands, and his face was flushed with morbid excitement and madness. Yu was startled by his exaggerated expression. She didn't know why he suddenly became like this. However, the little angel knew that he must have been suppressing his anger because his vacation was interrupted, and now he wanted to vent it out. In other words, he wanted to destroy and cause an explosion. She helplessly stretched out her hand and poked his waist. Yun Nuashing exclaimed in surprise and instantly calmed down. Looking at the helpless and frightened expressions of the two, he couldn't help but laugh dryly and scratch his head. There were also battles taking place in the sky above the star, and they were also quite fierce. There was a huge battle at the level of origin. Just standing here for a few minutes, they saw 4 or 5 battles break out. There were also 2 or 3 battles that had already ended. Yun Nuashing watched for a while, then waved his hand and said something to the 2 girls. 3 palm-sized magic circles floated out from his palm and finally imprinted on their foreheads. They completely restrained their aura and laws, and finally descended toward the star below. The process of landing did not cause any disturbances. The 3 of them successfully landed on the planet and stopped in midair. A vast primordial aura rushed toward them. It was the aura of this world itself. With the imprints of the Empyrean gods and the origin Empyrean god, this aura would be magnified many times over. In fact, it was just an aura that was released unconsciously. If one ignored it, it would dissipate in a short while. The 3 people casually landed in the air above a barren mountain range. At first glance, it was a vast expanse of green forests and yellow mountains. It was quite similar to the scenery in the God realm, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that there wasn't much difference. Perhaps the essence of these worlds was not much different, only the local customs were different. The little angel looked around and carefully let his soul enter the void to explore in all directions. After a while, he withdrew his soul and looked at Yun Nuashing. There's nothing unusual. Where should we go to play first? Where should we go to take a look first? Yu turned her head in a daze. Her red lips moved a little, but she didn't say anything. She felt that these 2 big shots were just here to sightsee and didn't care if this was the enemy's territory at all. In this short period of time, she also felt the characteristics of this planet. The energy was thinner than the realm of the gods. Of course, that was the result when compared to the realm of the gods. In fact, it was still a world full of energy. The sky was bright and clear, but the clouds were strangely blue. She didn't know if it was because of the blue tint of the sun or some other reason. But these things only existed in her mind for a second before being thrown to the back of her mind. She was busy admiring the different scenery of this different world. This was the first time she had left the realm of the gods to go to another world. Not only Yun Nuashing and the others, she also came to explore with a little bit of a sightseeing mentality. Although that was the case in reality, the scenery that she saw wasn't too impactful. It was as if she had traveled a great distance across the void and ended up in a world that was similar to the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing looked around and saw the satisfied expressions on Yu and the little angels' faces. He thought for a second before suddenly remembering that they had landed in the enemy's headquarters. Then he relaxed again in the next second with a satisfied look on his face. It couldn't be helped. He didn't feel any sense of crisis or urgency at all. He could sink this void into the void by himself. If it weren't for I Ching and the others' persuasion, he might have done it without caring about anything else. The three of them hung in the sky and basked in the sun for a while. Yun Nuashing felt that if she continued to be lazy, the purpose of this trip would completely change. She quickly pulled herself together and knocked on the heads of the two girls. All right, we're not here for sightseeing. Business is more important. Business is more important. It took Siyu 2 seconds to remember that they were here to observe the place. Where are we going? I don't know. Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips and pointed straight ahead. Anyway, just find a place and keep going straight. Siyu and the little angel looked at each other and stuck out their tongues. Even the big boss herself had the mentality of a lazy person. Yun Nuashing glanced at the two and knew what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. She curled her lips and said, "My investigation is complete. Every corner of this planet has my energy imprint. As long as I want, I can bring my army and charge into any place at any time. If I don't like the look of it, I can detonate those energy imprints and make the planet disintegrate instantly into the void. In other words, this is now my territory." The little angel was flying forward with her arm around Hao Ren's arm. She didn't notice Hao Ren's movement at all and asked, "When did you do it?" "A minute ago," Yun Nuashing replied lazily and grinned. "So, I have achieved my initial purpose of coming here. If I wasn't looking for traces of those sneaky things, I would have turned around and gone to another planet to take a look." Huanxi City was a city with a long history on this planet. It was a city that had been passed down since ancient times. Many corners of the city were filled with the aura of history. There were also some recent buildings that were very different from the style of the celestial realm. The style of the buildings on this planet seemed to be leaning towards the shape of towers. There were also many small auxiliary buildings. Moreover, a section of the buildings had to be buried underground. The depth of the burial was arbitrary. Perhaps some of the buried parts of the buildings were wider than the parts above ground. It feels like a holy city, the combination of prosperity and chaos. There is an ancient aura mixed with a very recent aura. There are many buildings that, although I don't understand what they are, they look very good and they seem very powerful. See, you couldn't help but comment after walking into the city. Yun Nuashing withdrew his gaze from the distance. Generally speaking, it was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was a mess. However, there was a rich layout and a meticulously arranged city. Moreover, the buildings were very... He raised his head. He couldn't understand why those people would build such tall buildings. Even the gods in the celestial realm who were palace lovers would only build a palace that was thousands of feet tall in the place where they lived in seclusion. Moreover, there were also 3 rooms and 1 living room inside. The facilities were basically incomplete. There was no place to make tea or stretch on the sofa. Those huge palaces were mostly used to bury themselves. Looking back at the outside of Huanxi City, the majestic mountains towered into the clouds. The boundary between the mountains and the city was quite blurry. A small plain separated the two. This ancient city did not have any city walls or similar defenses. However, he could feel that there were defensive measures buried deep in this space. It was not something like a magic circle. It was probably something unique to this planet. However, it should also be something like a magic circle. It covered a very wide range. It was not difficult for him to find a few flaws with the observer's eye. He was planning to make some small moves. "Friend, please wait a moment." Yun Nuashing and the others were walking on the street when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. When they heard the voice, they subconsciously turned their heads and saw a slim woman looking at them with a smile. She was wearing a green dress and had a small pendant next to her left ear. It seemed to be an ornament from this planet. She moved closer with light steps and looked at the 3 of them from head to toe. Then she suddenly said softly, "You are Kof, I wonder if you know the name of the protector? Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. This woman was from the celestial realm. It was very easy for people from the celestial realm to recognize each other outside. It was not because of their unique aura. It was just a feeling that would only appear among people from the celestial realm. After he understood, he transmitted his voice. Cough. Our protector's name is Hui. Hello. The woman covered her mouth and smiled slightly. Then she whispered, I didn't expect that after leaving that place for so many years, I would still be able to see a fellow countryman. Are you here to look for something as well? Well, we are here to play, but we are indeed looking for something. I just don't know if the thing we are talking about is the same as the thing you are talking about, Yun Nuashing said casually. The woman in the green dress laughed and shook her head. Since we're all here, I think it's the same. I've stayed in this world for hundreds of years without any harvest. Recently, I've also given up on myself. If you're interested, you can walk along this road until you reach the other end of Huan Shi City. Oh, and I suggest that you change your clothes. Our family's clothes are too conspicuous. The few of them turned their eyes to see you. The little girl's pretty face suddenly turned red. Among them, only her clothes were unique to the celestial realm. I have settled down near the sea in Huan Shi City. If you have any problems, you can come and find me. It is rare to meet a fellow countryman, so I want to chat a little. But seeing that you are still a little busy, I will not disturb you. The woman in the green dress smiled and bowed to the people from the celestial realm. Then she left. The three people from the Yunhua planet watched as she floated away. They looked at each other and shrugged. The former said, All right, now we really have a direction. But whether or not it's what we're looking for, we've still found something unexpected. I didn't expect to see someone from the celestial realm here. We should be able to get something out of her if we ask. Chapter 1295. Magnificent mountains and rivers, desolate cliffs, and thousands of mountains surrounded the place, as if there were countless giant dragons living in seclusion. None of these were there. An ordinary mountain peak was no more than 100 meters tall. On the peak there was a black lake. In the center of the lake there was a black obelisk. The obelisk was blank, and it was so black that it could reflect sunlight. Even the black lake was as bright as a black crystal, like a mirror. There was no energy or movement, and the energy in this place was strangely dried up. Black Lake was such a simple name. It was not very famous, but it was at the level of the roadside scenery. Yun Nuashing and the others walked along the road in Huan Shi City and walked out from the other side of the city. Along the way, they asked around and found that the Black Lake was the only place worth paying attention to. It was said that it was deliberately left behind by a peerless expert. Some people said that it was the gathering of the forces of heaven and earth. Everyone had different opinions, but there was no accurate answer. However, there were two kinds of results: man-made and natural. Man-made could be created by someone or left behind by someone. Natural could also be created out of thin air or brought here by some natural force. The truth of the matter that happened tens of millions of years ago was unknown. Not only was the energy in this place dried up, but it was also entangled by some inexplicable rules. The Book of Epics could not trace back to the origin of the matter to investigate it. In front of the Black Lake, there was a lonely crystal lotus seat. It emitted a blue icy light and was not stained by a speck of dust. There was an accurate saying. Once a god sat here and passed away. The death of the god caused endless strange phenomena and attracted countless people to come and take a look. In the end, they discovered this lotus seat that was more than a meter tall that appeared out of thin air. Yun Nuashing stood in front of the lotus seat, his hands clasped behind his back as he bent over to examine the lotus seat. He turned around twice and nodded. It is indeed the crystal left behind by the death of a god, so it is not too surprising. However, this lake is not the same. Why would a god who had encountered something unknown sit here until his death? Either something happened to him, and he returned here with regrets, or something happened while he was staring at this lake. Siyu carefully moved forward and hid behind Yun Nuashing. She placed her hand on his shoulder and poked her head out to look at the black lake. Is there really something special about this lake? It's hard to say. Yun Nuashing twirled a strand of her bangs around her head. Judging from these marks, it seems like they were left behind by a heavenly origin god after he made a breakthrough here. But it also seems like he was silent for a while and grinned. When I used the statue to deduce, I disturbed the conceptual layer of the rules and fished up some things from the bottom, and finally sank here. There are 7 or 8 types of precepts that have not dissipated for a long time, and it should have something to do with those precepts. But I've just taken a look, and those precepts do not belong to this world at all, and yet they remain in this world. It could only be that this planet, like the realm of gods, chose a world to inhabit. Now this planet has left that world, but it still left behind some precepts fragments. The fragments that should have sunk to the bottom of the sea of precepts have appeared here, and it could only mean that something disturbed that bottom layer and pulled it up. This planet also has some precepts that point to this place from afar, and they are somewhat related. Oh, that seems to be the case. I think I understand now. Yun Nuashing murmured on the other side, and suddenly raised her head as if she had understood something. Then she tapped her palm. Yun Nuashing placed Siyu next to the little angel, walked over the lotus, and walked toward the black lake. The 2 girls were a little nervous when they saw this. Ding! Yun Nuashing gently stepped on the surface of the black lake, and a ripple appeared. However, it was as if he was stepping on ice, and he could not go any deeper. He frowned, nodded, and continued to walk forward. Every step he took caused a ripple to appear on the surface of the black lake. Yes, that's right. Girl, Siyu, come and play. I know what's going on here. Yun Nuashing raised his hand and waved, beckoning the 2 girls over. The little angel blinked and walked over without thinking. She also walked across the black lake like he did, and then waved at the stunned Siyu behind her. Although I don't know what's going on, if Little Star says it's fine, then it should be fine. Siyu heard this and walked over as well. She looked at the black lake, and it was so dark that it seemed like it could suck her soul in. She shook her head and did not think about it, and quickly walked over. Splash! The sound of water echoed in her ears, and the cold feeling on her feet and legs made Siyu shiver. At the same time, her heart trembled violently, and she felt as if she was about to fall into the water. Looking at the black lake crashing toward her, the fear in her heart rose to the extreme. It was not that she would be afraid of falling into the water. It was that there was something extremely dark and negative that entered her heart through the black lake, as if a demon was opening its hand at her from the bottom of the lake. Ah, I forgot about this. Just when Siyu thought that she would fall into the water and sink into the abyss of fear at the bottom of the black lake, a pair of strong hands grabbed her arm and pulled her half-submerged body out of the water. Then she felt that she had fallen into a warm embrace. Sorry, I forgot that you are still just a shunming. Yun Nuashing patted Siyu's back. This girl was still in shock. Siyu smiled bitterly, and her heart was still thumping nonstop. She calmed down and was about to say something when she felt something rising from her body. She could not help but cry out in surprise. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Yun Nuashing was holding her legs and carrying her on her back. This lake is indeed a manifestation of something that exists at the bottom of the Sea of Rules. People whose souls are not strong enough will fall into the lake. The weaker they are, the deeper they will sink. After all, this lake is a conceptual existence, and there is no limit to its depth. It is probably something like an inspection. The thing that is really worth paying attention to should be the obelisk in the center. Yun Nuashing explained as he walked forward. Siyu nodded in a daze. The little angel thought that she had not recovered from the shock just now, and couldn't help but float up a little. She reached out her hand and rubbed her head. Don't worry. It's okay. Siyu nodded and looked at Yun Nuashing from behind. She was still in a daze. After a while, She suddenly bent down and wrapped her arms around his neck. She was silent and did not say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Yun Nuashing felt her movements, but he did not care about it. He continued to walk forward at a steady pace. The little angel flew around him, and slowly felt that the situation was not quite right. There was a palpitating and oppressive atmosphere, slowly approaching. Moreover, they seemed to have been walking for too long. They should have reached the obelisk very quickly from the shore. It was only a small lake about 20 to 30 feet in size. However, they had already gone deep into the lake for a while. Even the sky was slightly darker. It was as if they were walking into a chaotic place, and the rules and order were beginning to blur. Girl, come here. This place is close to the edge of the rules and order. Something might happen later. Stay by my side. Otherwise, I won't be able to react in time if something happens, Yun Nuashing said to the little angel, who was flying left and right. The little angel nodded obediently and stopped beside him. She stretched out her wings and wrapped Yun Nuashing and Siyu up. What is this place? It's still the same place as before, but I didn't explain it clearly. This lake is like a domain, and it has a defense that prevents anyone from entering. Those whose divine souls are not strong enough will fall into the lake water, while those whose divine souls are strong enough will have to wander around the vague boundary of the laws and order for quite some time. Do you still remember the woman in the green dress? She is a high-tier celestial, and she is probably not too far away from the origin. Her divine soul should be strong enough to enter this domain, but she might not be able to go too deep. The sky is constantly darkening, which is a sign that we are going deeper into this domain. Right now, we are constantly approaching the land of chaos and nothingness. The obelisk is at the center of this domain, and we should be there after walking for a while. We should be able to see the obelisk in the center. It's about the obelisk in the center. We should be able to see the obelisk in the center after a while. There were dark clouds in the sky, and the area above them was bright white, as if there was a sun hidden behind the thick clouds. From the center to the edge of the region, it was dark. A few black veins like blood vessels spread out in all directions from the center, blending into the darkness. Just a moment ago, they could still see the blue sky from afar, but now they could no longer see it. Hey, we're here. A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing stopped and said. She patted the thigh on her hand to signal Siyu. The three of them raised their heads at the same time. At this moment, they seemed to have entered a stormy sea. Their surroundings were dark, and the area between the sky and the sea was filled with chaos. There were no rules or order restraints. There was no sign of daylight in the distant sky, only darkness. Layers of shadows pressed down from the sky, and then retracted at a certain point. Large patches of darkness spread out from the bright area above their heads, as if something was about to emerge there. Siyu was worried when she saw this scene. She just wanted to shrink her body as much as possible. Although she had seen a lot of strange things with Yun Nuashing these days that she couldn't understand in the past, she still couldn't understand what she was seeing now. The chaotic atmosphere here, everything was chaotic, and the frightening atmosphere made people not dare to look at their surroundings. Wow, this place is too deep. One side is close to the void, and the other side is open to the bottom level of the concept of rules. Yun Nuashing was the first to exclaim. Then she raised her head. 3 to 4 meters in front of them, there was a black obelisk that was only 5 to 6 meters tall. It stood there and almost blended into the scene. It was pure black, making it difficult to notice. There doesn't seem to be anything here. She shook her head and looked around. She didn't find anything, and indeed she couldn't see anything. There is something, but I can't free my hands. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and lowered her head. She was holding Siyu's thigh with her hands. Half of her body was even covered by the little angel's wings. The little angel smiled foolishly and stuck out her tongue. She took Siyu from his back and stood at the side with her in her arms. Then the two girls watched him walk toward the obelisk. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and touched the obelisk gently. The smooth surface was actually black lake water flowing on the obelisk surface. When she pressed her hand on it, part of the lake water was pushed away. It was a little cold, but other than that, it didn't affect her. It should be around here. I just saw something wrong. Yun Nuashing frowned and muttered. Her palm slid back and forth on the obelisk surface. After a while, she couldn't help but use a trace of energy. Suddenly, a place on the obelisk in front of her lit up. Then, many symbols appeared in the surrounding space. She couldn't help but be happy when she saw it. She took a deep breath and raised her hand, which contained a huge ball of energy. Then, she slapped it into the bright spot. Bang! The entire domain shook, and the lake water flowing on the obelisk suddenly disappeared, revealing its true form, an obelisk engraved with many mysterious symbols. The symbols floating in the air suddenly gathered together and converged toward the light. Then, a dark blue spatial gate slowly emerged. It's done. Come here. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and waved at Siyu and the little angel, who were standing not far away. Siyu's heart palpitated when she recalled the scene just now. However, out of trust for Yun Nuashing, she still went over nonsense. She was being carried by the little angel, so she had no choice but to go over. However, nothing happened this time. The two people successfully reached Yun Nuashing's side and walked into the dark blue spatial door together. What entered their eyes was a dark space. There was a weak energy circulating around Yun Nuashing's body, which spread out and lit up the space. What appeared in front of them was a small space about 10 square feet wide. Looking at the special layout, it looked like a mountain or an underwater cave. A cave? I might have thought of something, Yun Nuashing suddenly said. What? Siyu swallowed her saliva and hurriedly asked. It's, no need to say any more. You can see it if you look in front. He was about to explain, but this space was too small. They could see the whole picture of this space after taking 2 steps inside. They could also see what secrets were hidden here. When the little angel saw this, she instantly understood what this place was. Siyu felt a little uneasy. This was a sealed space that looked like a cave. The ground in the center was covered with flowers that hadn't withered after so many years. Above the sea of flowers, there was an ice coffin. It was still emitting cold air and was crystal clear. They could see a person lying inside, frozen in ice. It was a woman. That was all they could see. Her real appearance was a little blurry. It should be the concealment effect of the ice coffin. Did we break into a senior's retreat? Siyu asked carefully. No. Yun Nuashing shook her head. We broke into a tomb. She has already passed away. She has been dead for many years. Her soul has already been annihilated. She has either entered the cycle of reincarnation or dissipated. In any case, there is no trace of her soul aura. What is left here is only an empty shell, a deceased Empyrean god of origin. The shell was deliberately left here, probably for some purpose. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. The little angel walked around the cave. Suddenly, she waved at Yun Nuashing. There is a purpose. There is indeed a purpose. Yun Nuashing brought Siyu to the little angel and found that there was a table made of ice in the depths of the cave. Cold air was drifting in the air. Speaking of which, the cave was also full of cold air. It was as if they had arrived at a fairyland. There was a very old book left on the stone table. The material used to make it was not simple. It was well preserved. There was also a line of words on the ice table. The 3 of them were a little curious. They hurriedly brushed away the cold air and saw the line of words clearly. I have taken away everything left here. In the future, if there is a great disaster in the world, I will take action to suppress it. I only leave this book to inform the future generations. If the future generations see this line of words, please remember that this book is not read by those below the heavenly god of origin. It is not a taboo. It is just that the content recorded in this book can easily steal one's mind. The three of them looked at each other and felt a little regretful. The things here had been taken away. It was probably something left behind by that woman. Yun Nuashing did not care. He cared more about the book. "See you. Turn around and don't look," Yun Nuashing said. When the little girl nodded and turned around, he casually opened the book. With the mentality of, since I'm already here, how can I not do something? He casually glanced through the book, and then he was fiercely stunned. Yun Nuashing widened his eyes and looked at the little angel, who was talking to Siyu to divert her attention. He whispered, "Little girl, we found something big." Ah, he was stunned. He flew over and looked inside the book. Then his expression froze. The words left in the book were very obscure. The words and sections were deliberately broken, as if they were afraid of something. The book mentioned a race, a dangerous race that existed in the void. They originally existed in the lower plane. Their entire race was bloodthirsty and loved to kill. They had killed all the races they saw in the void and seized their power. They used some unknown method to move that world to the upper plane. Their main body was in the upper plane, but they were hidden in the lower plane. They could only be found in the lower plane. However, no one knew what they had to face if they wanted to go to that world through the entrance. Maybe someone had already gone to the void. That is a kind of abnormally distorted race. From the form of life to the foundation of the laws that make up their existence, everything is distorted. They are not a naturally born life, but a normal life of order that was once affected by some kind of power. They live with endless pain and suffering. They are like sinners who are tormented by curses. They can no longer tolerate the existence of order. I once fought with one of the distorted life forms of the origin. Although I killed him in the end, my body was distorted and polluted. I have crossed countless voids, but until now, I have never heard of such a race. Their energy can distort the normal void, and the harm they cause to the void and the world of order is unimaginable. There were many gaps in the middle. There were many vague words that she crossed out herself. After flipping through a few pages, she finally found words that she could recognize. Following those traces, I finally landed in this star field. In this world, the distortion on my body could not be removed. I can no longer wait. Before I become that kind of distorted monster, I might as well banish myself and start over. By leaving this record, I hope that someone can find it and prolong my life. I will spread the news of this race and warn the other worlds in the void of their existence. After that, there was a large blank space. Yun Nuashing carefully flipped through the book, but she could not find any more clues. It seemed that all the useful clues had been crossed out in those few pages. Yun Nuashing closed the book and remained silent for a moment. I told you that those fellows would definitely be involved. Look at this, the irrefutable evidence. Oh, it's just a book. Anyway, it's evidence, and it's evidence from many, many years ago. Those fellows have been plotting against the realm of the gods for a long time. That's the expected result. I just don't know if they were the ones who plotted against the realm of the gods first, or if they were the ones who obtained this power first and then plotted against the realm of the gods. She shrugged helplessly. It's a disaster if we keep it. Yun Nuashing suddenly sighed and smiled. Why don't we just blow it up? Then we won't even be able to leave any evidence. Little Angel smiled bitterly and pressed her jade-like hand on his face. She knew that he was joking. Yun Nuashing held the ancient book and pondered for a moment. Then she put it back on the ground. She waved her hand and led the two people out of the quiet tomb. Boom! Little Angel and Siyu heard a loud noise as soon as they walked out of the tomb. Then they saw Yun Nuashing pulling the obelisk out of thin air. He forcefully pulled it out, and the entire place rumbled and trembled. Without the core carrier, it seemed like the entire place was about to collapse. He put the obelisk into his pocket as if nothing had happened. Then he clapped his hands and looked at the two women. He shrugged and said, There's going to be a fight in this place. I can't just leave her tomb here. She left me an important clue, so I'll protect her tomb a little. It might be a good idea to send it back to the realm of the gods." The chaotic area began to shrink after the obelisk was pulled out of the ground. Yun Nuashing pulled Siyu to her side so that she wouldn't be affected by the chaotic state when the domain shrank. It took them about 10 minutes to walk in from the shore, and the entire domain shrank and collapsed for only a minute. When they came back to their senses, the Black Lake had already disappeared. It was still the same 100-meter-tall mountain, but there was only a lotus seat and a small clear lake that was only about 30 to 40 feet in size. Oh, there's an unexpected reward. It would be even better if we could directly know what those things did when they descended on this planet. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said some nonsense. The two women sighed helplessly. This matter was indeed a little troublesome. "Now, let's go look for that fellow from our hometown and see if we can get anything out of her. She knows more about this world than we do. Maybe she noticed something a few days ago. A few days ago, there should have been a large movement of people in this world. Maybe a peak heavenly god would have noticed something." He looked forward to it for a while, then turned around and left with the two people. Chapter 1296. Lu Su sat on the edge of a huge rock on the shore. The waves washed the 3-meter-tall rock, causing it to tremble slightly before returning to its original state. She sat lazily on the huge rock and stretched out her soft limbs. She changed into a cool green dress, and a lazy expression hung on her gorgeous face. She was very relaxed, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot because she had seen her fellow countrymen in this world for so many years. The pace of that world was very tense, and there was not much time to relax. It was rare to see such a relaxing scene in such a distant world, and she also wanted to relax. She shook her head and shook off the messy thoughts in her mind. All of a sudden, she felt a very exaggerated fluctuation of rules. She raised her head abruptly, and her lazy expression was swept away by the fluctuation. Habitually, a touch of seriousness and sharpness surged up. A moment later, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Her expression was also startled. Many people on this beach also felt the abnormal situation, but it was only for a moment. After that, no one paid attention to what had happened. "Beauty, are you alone? Do you want to come and play with us?" A young man climbed up the rock and invited her with a shy face. He pointed at a group of people below with his finger. There were 6 young men and women gathered together, and they were all young people unlike her. Although she was young, she had lived for many years. She smiled and shook her head, indicating that she had something on her mind. The young man shrugged and did not pester her, and returned to his group. Phew! Lu Su let out a long sigh of relief. She raised her head and closed her eyes, letting the sunlight shine on her face. However, after a moment, she felt a shadow blocking the sunlight, as if someone was coming. She thought that it was the boy who had asked the others to come, and opened her eyes slightly impatiently, and saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at her curiously from above. "Yo, it seems like you're enjoying yourself." Yun Nuashing saw that she had come back to her senses, and raised her head to greet her. Lu Su froze for a moment and quickly sat down. "Although I told you that I would settle down by the sea, I didn't tell you that I would come here now. Well, how did you find me?" Yun Nuashing shrugged. "There's no one on this planet that I can't find for the time being, especially someone I've already met once. How can I not find him?" She looked at them in surprise. Other than the little girl in white, she couldn't sense the auras of these 2 people. She was slow for a few seconds before she reacted. However, she only smiled and patted the ground beside her. "Have a seat. Do you have something to ask me?" "Yes, there is indeed something. We just came out of the Black Lake and learned a lot of information. You have been living on this planet for a while, so we wanted to ask you about it." Yun Nuashing pulled the 2 girls to sit down and said bluntly, "You've already entered." Lu Su's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, she thought that the 2 people in front of her might be people of a higher realm than her, and she felt relieved. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've been working hard here for hundreds of years, Sai. Well, to be frank, that obelisk is actually from a mausoleum, and there is nothing precious left in it. There is something left in it, but it has been taken away. The only thing left is an ancient book that is useless to ordinary people. It recorded a piece of information that we value very much. Yun Nuashing was still blunt. Lu Su was stunned when she heard that. She was stunned for a long time, and suddenly she smiled bitterly. Sai, in this world, there are many things that don't go as you wish. Don't go as you wish. Yun Nuashing looked at her from head to toe. Lu Su's body was tall and full, and her figure was graceful. She was also a peerless beauty. Even at this realm, she would not be ugly. However, he was not looking at her body, but just feeling her aura. She should be in a state of breaking the seal, and it should have been going on for a long time. It's been blocked for 60 million years. Noticing that he was sizing her up, Lu Su said frankly, but her expression was a little downcast. My peers had already reached that level long ago. I was the only one who stayed where I was. The road ahead was long, and I couldn't find a way forward. Like a child, I gave up on myself and threw tantrums. In the end, I slipped out alone and left for hundreds of years. I wanted to leave that place where I lost my soul. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. This situation was not rare. It was just like the gods' realm dozens of eras later. Gods and divine gods were hard to find, but at least there were people who could barely find a way through the extremely narrow gap. However, even more people became ordinary. It was not that they were not talented enough, nor was it that they were not lucky enough. To put it in a very hurtful way, it might be that they were not lucky enough. After all, even if there was a chance in front of a peak god emperor, it was not that they could reach the post-god level just because they wanted to. The gap between these two realms was like the gap between before and after the creation of the world. It was on a completely different level. Removing those unreliable and uncontrollable factors, it still needed time and accumulation to reach a new realm. Lu Su had accumulated too much time, but she was still unable to reach the origin realm. Yun Nuashing observed her state. Logically speaking, she should have reached the origin realm long ago, but she did not know why. However, there were many reasons. There were thousands of ways to reach the origin realm. Learning from other people's success stories was not very useful. After all, the number of failures was thousands of times more. So, you came out to change your state of mind and to relax? Yun Nuashing said casually. Lu Su nodded. The sea breeze messed up her hair, just like her state of mind at the moment. It was chaotic and could not be sorted out clearly. How about I send you up? A sentence accompanied by the sound of the sea breeze came to her ears. Lu Su just listened and thought blankly. She was a little dazed. About 20 seconds later, her body stiffened. She looked at Yun Nuashing as if she was looking at a crazy person. Ah, what did you just say? We've only been here for less than 3 hours, and you've already pointed us in a direction, allowing us to find what we're looking for. Since that's the case, how about I guide you and let you find your own path? Yun Nuashing said softly. The kung fu used by the two is not much different. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Lu Su looked at him with a complicated expression. After a while, she suddenly smiled sweetly. Are you comforting me? No, it's not that I can't accept it. I have lived for so many years. What else can I not accept? At most, it's just a pity. I won't go down the wrong path because of it. No, I am serious. The problem is that you are talking to me in a tone like you're talking about strange things after a meal. I can't be serious about it. Lu Su smiled bitterly. Also, even if, well, I know that you might be a person of that realm, but it doesn't mean that you can casually. I believe you. Yun Nuashing ignored her words and calmly took out a scepter that was only the size of a palm. Lu Su was immediately convinced. It was just a small thing that looked like a token. Only people who were personally given this token by the guardian would have this token. Everyone in the realm of the gods knew about it. I didn't expect you to be someone by the guardian's side, Lu Su murmured and said in a slightly sluggish manner. Well, although not long ago, I pinned him to the bed and beat him up. Yun Nuashing murmured softly to himself. Ah, no, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. Yun Nuashing shook his head and handed the small scepter token to her. Everyone knows about this token, but they don't know more about its uses. Even if they know, they won't be able to understand it. My path is only suitable for some abnormally extreme people. I can't feel that aura from you, so I can't personally give you anything. I'll give this to you. Just wear it on your body. It won't be long before you get what you want. Lu Su was stunned after receiving the token. She quickly wanted to return it to Yun Nuashing, but he just waved his hand. I'll give it to you. Anyway, I can get more. Ah. She did not hear clearly in her panic. I said, I still have a few more. Just take it. Hui's divine domain will show you the way, lost maiden. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands with a holy look on his face. Hearing this guy call the guardian by her name, Lu Su also felt a little unnatural. Seeing his serious expression, she hesitated for a while and solemnly wore the scepter around her neck. She breathed a sigh of relief. Well, thank you. You must have something to ask me. As long as I know, I can tell you. Oh, it's not a big deal. Yun Nuashing's expression suddenly became serious. Although he was serious just now, he was even more serious now. A few days ago, our home was attacked. It was done by the people of this planet. Oh, they also joined forces with a few other worlds. I just wanted to ask you if there were any special movements in the past few days. Lu Su's expression suddenly became frightened. She was very surprised when she heard that the divine realm was attacked. With the name of the number one world, there were still people who dared to provoke it. Then, when she heard that they were in the world of those people, she was even more stunned for a while. Looking at Yun Nuashing's calm face, she could not help but ask, You are not just here for a vacation, are you? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and sent a message to her soul. That's right, it's still there for now, but it won't be long before. For now, you can still wander around for a while. After a while, when we start moving, you can use that little scepter to return to our current stronghold to avoid being implicated. Lu Su's expression trembled violently. Her frightened gaze changed for a moment. Slowly, she frowned and said with a serious face, Do you need my help? You are helping, Yun Nuashing said. The few of us are here to investigate a very strange energy presence that has appeared in this world. We speculate that it may be the mastermind behind the scenes. At first, we were a little confused and did not have a target. Now that we have found you, we just want to ask if you have seen this thing on this planet. A presence that is very similar to it is also fine. Yun Nuashing suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. He even rubbed it up and down a little impolitely. However, Lu Su did not care about that. He had placed something in her palm very discreetly, completely isolated it from the outside environment, so that she could feel the energy presence, twisted, cold, and dark, full of negative emotions that spanned countless years. Such a thing could never be born in a normal world. It was simply something that was completely hostile to order. About a minute later, Yun Nuashing retracted his hands without a trace. His expression was incomparably serious. Did you see it? Lu Su's expression was a little strange. She looked around without a trace. She only felt that the relaxed and lazy atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if there were many more strange people on the beach looking at them. It was just an illusion that originated from her heart. She nodded gently, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. In a very ancient family in Huanxi City, I once felt this presence, but it was already more than 100 years ago. After that, I did not feel it again. Yun Nuashing was also very happy that he had confirmed the existence of this place for the second time. He could not help but reach out and pat Lu Su on the shoulder. He smiled gently and said, "You are really a lucky star. I have led half of the people of the celestial realm to wander in the void for decades. It was not easy to find traces of this place, but as soon as I saw you today, good news kept coming out." It had been a long time since she was praised. Lu Su blushed like a little girl. After hesitating for a moment, she could not help but say, "You led half of the people of the celestial realm? Oh, right, you are the person beside Lord Hui. You should be a very important person. Oh, how should I say this? If you say it in front of me, neither of us will admit it. It's just that." Yun Nuashing shrugged. He told her some more details. After getting detailed information about the ancient family, he was about to get up and leave. "Wait a minute." Lu Su also hurriedly got up and grabbed his wrist. "I will go too. I have observed the area nearby. Maybe I can provide some help." Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and did not refuse. He brought her along and left the beach and entered Huanshi City. After entering the city, they changed out of Siyu's overly obvious clothes. Only then did they set off for the ancient family. However, after entering the city, they heard some very concerning rumors circulating in the streets and alleys. Even their footsteps could not help but slow down. "Have you heard? There are several major forces in Huanshi City that have found the legendary world. Moreover, it is not too far away. I have heard this news a long time ago. However, there was indeed some big movement in Huanshi City 6 or 7 days ago. However, it returned to normal in the end. It seems like nothing happened. Some people said that people have already gone to that world. Right now, they have obtained accurate information. It is confirmed that the world is indeed in that place. They have already sent back the information. Some high-level existences have even come back to life. These coordinates, but these coordinates are still very young. How could that legendary world be in such a new world? You don't know about this. That world is the same as our world. It is a world that can survive in the void. What is so surprising about it? It must have been replaced many times. Surprising? Those guys would send out the coordinates of the void to share? I feel like there is a trap. It is not like you don't know how chaotic the void is right now. What if it is a trick by some world to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The cause of this matter seemed to be caused by some of the ancient forces in this city. They sent out a mysterious coordinate that led to an ancient world. Moreover, it caused a huge movement on this planet. In an instant, more things happened. I have confirmed with I Ching and the others. They did not send out such a message. In other words, it might be their movement. For the time being, we don't know what they are plotting. Yun Nuashing muttered, "Maybe they want to cause some chaos. Or maybe they felt that something was wrong with the void and came up with a countermeasure. If so many people left together, they could not be trapped in the void." "Lord Feng, how should we deal with this?" I Ching asked. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. "The barriers that I asked you to seal off the 69 worlds should be ready, right? The seal is 90% complete. That part can be put to use. The remaining 10% is on the other side. It is an area that was discovered last minute. However, it will not affect your plan. If that is the case, then mark all the life forms that emerged from these worlds. When we attack, we will use the auras of the main combatants to identify them. See if there are any fellows who took the opportunity to sneak out. Don't let a single one of them go," Yun Nuashing said coldly. "Yes. But Lord Feng, are we going to capture people all over the void?" I Ching nodded and smiled bitterly. "Why do we have to capture people all over the void?" Yun Nuashing asked in surprise. Then he said, "Lock those who went to the realm of the gods for sightseeing in a chaotic domain. Only let them out when the battle is over. When they are let out, it will be time to identify them. Don't let a single one of them go. Let those who stayed behind in the realm of the gods move. Leave a small hole in the creation's barrier. Make it big. Make it obvious, but not too obvious. We have to make it look like the battle in outer space will affect the effect of the barrier. Then cast the net and catch the fish. Understood? I Ching replied solemnly. Then he cut off the soul communication and went to deal with the small changes here. Seeing his expression changing, Lu Su guessed that he might be communicating with something and did not disturb him. Now that he had calmed down, Lu Su went up to him and whispered, "That ancient clan is among the ones who sent out the coordinates." The House of Kanglin used to be a very powerful clan on this planet. Unfortunately, they had gradually declined many years ago. After a last burst of activity more than 100 years ago, they fell into eternal silence. That was something everyone knew. Now that the clan had suddenly appeared and announced the coordinates, their existence itself had attracted everyone's attention. They were more concerned than the coordinates. It is said that 100 years ago they used energy to open up a special small world and caused a commotion. The entire clan moved and hid in it to recuperate. Now there are only 3 to 5 heavenly god tier beings left in the clan. The rest are just small shrimps. They do not have the ability to inherit the clan. They are selling the coordinates. They use the coordinates to exchange for many good things. It is said that they want to revive the clan. They sold it to many factions. In the end, those factions could not help but jump out and suppress the commotion. They also deliberately announced the coordinates. Looking at the time, the first batch of people should be on their way. I wonder how they are doing? On their way? What way? Are they going to conquer the first major world? Forget it. They will only be a tourist if they go there. Could it be that there are people who have some thoughts about that world? We don't know about that. Anyway, that's the news. We don't know the specific situation. There were those who were looking forward to it. Naturally, there were also those who were worried. Now that there were countless worlds in the void, the situation was getting more and more chaotic by the day. No one could suppress the entire void by themselves. So, they just let it continue to be chaotic. Some people were worried that someone was considering this world and was planning to do something to it. They had indeed guessed correctly. Someone had set their sights on this world. However, they had barged in openly. Right now, there was still a group of people who were busy in the void and the star region. The commander had even gone deep into the enemy's camp. At this moment, he was standing in front of a ruin. House of Kanglin, an ancient plaque that has been gone for many years. Yet no one dares to occupy it? Interesting. I hope it won't disappoint me. Yun Nuashing and the other 2 looked up at the broken plaque. His deep gaze then looked at the ruin. Light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1297. A void coordinate had caused a sensation. It pointed to a very new world, and countless people were paying attention to it. Although the news had been spread a few days ago, it was only officially confirmed in the past 2 days. Many people were looking forward to it. The veil of the legendary First World had finally been lifted. However, what they didn't know was that those who really knew about it had already gone there and caused some damage. Nobody even knew that they had been beaten back. The ones who spread the news now were probably those who had been beaten up. It was just that he didn't know what they were thinking. If they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape or cause trouble, well, he already had a corresponding solution. He just hoped that the truth wasn't too far off. While this star and the void were boiling, in an ancient ruin in Huanxi City, there were 4 people looking for the things they wanted to see. The space had already been sealed. Even if someone really wanted to enter this space in a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to bump into them. I always feel like I'm walking in these ruins. Yun Nuashing, who was rummaging around, suddenly stood up straight. It threw away a piece of gravel in its hand and said helplessly. The little angel transformed into a transparent energy body and drilled around the broken buildings like a ghost. It quickly rummaged around. When it heard Yun Nuashing's words, it couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it really did walk in the ruins a lot of times. Not to mention the later generations, it went to the land of destruction a few decades ago. It was estimated that it was the ruins of the highest standard in the entire void. Even when it walked into some worlds in those decades, it would also walk around some dilapidated ruins a few times. In its words, it was like the two of them were walking in the wasteland of history that had been forgotten by people, looking for stories that had been buried by time. It was as if it was looking for something. I didn't find anything. After all, it was something that happened 100 years ago. The ruins are empty. I don't think anything will be left behind. It thought for a while and decided to ignore Yun Nuashing's words. It changed the topic. Did you see any special hidden places? This place is only so big. I think there's really nothing here. Yun Nuashing shook its head and kicked a broken piece of wood under its feet. No, there's nothing here. There's nothing at all. There's not even a trace of life in this place. There are faint traces of distortion in the laws. It's very faint, but it's also evidence. They definitely stayed here before. With the nature of that kind of life, their existence alone will cause some distortion in the normal order and laws of the world of order. The traces of distortion left behind now were slowly repaired over the past 100 years. It can only be used as evidence and can't be used to do anything. As soon as it said that, the three people fell silent. They looked at each other and turned back to search. However, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, it was useless. This place was really so small, only about 3,000 feet in length and width. The souls of 2 peak reciprocity and 1 peak heavenly God swept back and forth in this place. They dug 3 feet into the ground and 3 feet into the void, but they couldn't find anything. When those people left, they seemed to have left in a very orderly manner. They didn't leave anything behind. When the Kanglin tribe left, it said that someone saw a portal to a small world open. Could it be that we're looking in the wrong direction? Lu Su said, "If that's the case, it'll be very troublesome." Yun Nuashing felt a slight headache. A small world was actually very hidden. If it was a small world created by someone at the same level, its laws would be close to perfect. It was no different from a normal world, so it would be even more difficult to find. After a day of not finding anything, Yun Nuashing was not in a hurry to move. He rested at Lu Su's place for a night. They took the initiative to search, but they couldn't find anything. They also couldn't find the Kanglin tribe who were still alive. He had many ways to find them. As long as they were really on this planet, there wouldn't be a problem. A large-scale flood of information swept across the world. With the help of the World Core, any information he wanted would be exposed. However, that would cause a huge commotion. Before he came out, he had already said that this was a covert operation. He couldn't delay the main purpose of this trip because of this. Let's not talk about the Kanglin tribe for now. If they want the coordinates of the celestial realm, how about we give it to them? Still sitting on the giant rock by the shore, Yun Nuashing suddenly said something so shocking that it startled the 3 girls. After a moment, he continued, "One of the plan to push the boat with the current, but I just thought of it. If they want to go to the celestial realm, let them go. Let everyone in this part of the void rush to the celestial realm. Those who are not important will leave very quickly. Once they leave, only the primordial life forms in these places will be left. It'll be many times more convenient for us to act. Even if some of them leave, we don't have to be afraid. There's another net waiting for fish to crash into the door in the celestial realm." The group of people from the celestial realm had lived in the celestial realm for countless years. They were already used to living there. Even so, the celestial realm still hid many great secrets. In the eyes of others in the void, it was a brand new world that they had never been to before. Naturally, there were even more secrets hidden between heaven and earth, waiting for people to uncover them. The celestial realm was a big place, and there seemed to be no restrictions in doing anything. As long as one had enough power, one could survive. To put it bluntly, the celestial realm was a good place for emigration and retirement. The coordinates of the celestial realm were spread all over the planet. It was not a secret. Some children with good memories could even report a long list of coordinates. This made some vigilant people suspicious. Logically speaking, the major factions should have kept such a big secret to themselves. Now, it seemed like they wanted everyone in the void to know about the coordinates. They wanted everyone to rush to the celestial realm. The celestial realm is the world of the celestial realm. There are also people who say that the celestial realm only produces true gods in the celestial realm. The rebirth realm experts in other void regions cannot be taken seriously. They have their own secrets. Now that the secret is right in front of our eyes, how can we not be moved? From now on, these voices were not only coming from Huan Shi City, but from many other places in the void regions. Even if they don't have any ulterior motives, it would be good to just go and take a look. That huge and mysterious world has always been shrouded in fog. Who wouldn't want to take a look at it with their own eyes? Voices came from the 17 worlds in the void regions. Some guests from other void regions also learned about this news. They remained silent and cast their gazes towards the distant void regions. Their faces were as calm as still water. No one knew what they were thinking about. Some people had already set off immediately. They were still some distance away from the coordinates of the celestial realm. It was easy to get lost in the void regions. Even if they had the exact coordinates, they would need to teleport over and over again to slowly find their way there. Everyone, please calm down. This is a trap. Don't tell me that no one remembers how powerful those who came out from the celestial realm are. Compared to the hidden dangers in that world, the value of the celestial realm is not worth mentioning. If you don't even have your life, what else is there to scheme? Riches and honor are sought in the midst of danger. How old are you? You still don't understand the meaning of this? Danger and opportunity coexist. If there is a corresponding risk, there will naturally be a corresponding value. That world is a magnificent and huge world. I have seen it from afar. It is incomparably huge and incomparably beautiful. That world is actually not much different from our world. Moreover, that world is not as unified as our world. It is a world that is greatly divided. It is enough to seek benefits in the cracks. Moreover, the masters of the origin world have a reason to send out this message. They want to conquer the celestial realm. Naturally, they need more power. Now is the time to express their stance. There were many people who were listening to both sides. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words were basically people of this type. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words were either already on their way or had obediently returned home. They had no intention of daydreaming. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words would frown and loosen their brows at times. It was as if they were convulsing. Their faces were changing colors as if they had just come out of a dye house. You seem to know a little about that world. Come over and tell me about it. I want to hear it in detail. A noble person arrived at the scene and said to the young man who was speaking with fervor and assurance. The expression of the person who was speaking with extravagant eloquence changed slightly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Sir, I only saw it from afar. Right now the void is so chaotic. A lot of news is coming from that world. It is said that there is a galaxy following that vast world. If you are more interested, you can actually go there and check it out." The noble guest pondered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to leave. He didn't see the strange smile on the young man's face behind him. The same lobbyists appeared in other worlds as well. There were more people in each world who seemed to have been there before. It was as if they had stepped into that world before. It was as if they had returned from afar and understood that world. Their words were like a fantasy story, but there were still many who believed them. It was unknown what made them believe in these people's nonsense. Lord Fong, the operations of the various worlds have begun. After the matter of the coordinates in the past few days, they have begun to persuade more people and forces to go to the realm of the gods. The results so far are not bad. It seems that they have been able to mobilize 60 to 70% of the entire planet's life forms. Yi Qing reported in the Soul. Yin Nuashing sat on the surface of the sea, and scooped up a fish from the sea. She held it by its tail and watched as it struggled to swing its tail. I thought that it was a completely unified world. I didn't expect it to be a unified world. It only has the core of the main world and many subsidiary worlds. It has a framework, but it is hollow. All the tributaries will eventually gather at the same place, but that place can't command all the tributaries at the same time. No matter how loyal the tributaries are, they are only loyal to a higher level that is engraved in their memories. At this time, without receiving orders from above, they will fight for themselves. Just as well. Then let me make use of it. He let go of the fish and let it return to the sea. He shook off the seawater on his hand and stretched. How is the realm of the gods? The world barrier has been connected to the creation's barrier. In just a minute, we can close the world barrier and trap everyone in that world. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of peak origin, they won't be able to break it. Is the power left behind by the realm of the gods enough to deal with the impact of these hundreds of worlds? Just use absolute power to intimidate and suppress them. Those people are not soldiers who obey the absolute orders of one side. They're just some random people. They're even more random people who are easy to deal with. They won't riot collectively if we don't push them to the brink of death. We just have to control the extent of it. Qing Jun grinned. Yun Nuashing pondered. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Cast the net and make it sturdy. When you pull the net, listen to my orders. When you pull the net, it is also the time for the operation to begin. Before that, ensure the flow of information. Yes. I Ching responded. The figure of Qing Jun disappeared from Yun Nuashing's mind. Yun Nuashing lay back. Just as she was about to lie down on the sea, she felt a soft touch at the back of her head. She looked up and saw the little angel bending over and looking at her from above. She pursed her lips and smiled. She immediately knew where her head was resting. There are people who seek death every year. Since the time axis resonated, there have been a lot of them. Yun Nuashing stretched and rubbed the thigh of the little angel through her long skirt. She said lazily, one thing leads to another. It's so troublesome. The little angel stroked his long hair. Feeling tired? I feel that I've spent more energy in the past few days than in the past few hundred years combined. That's because you've been lazy for the past few hundred years, she said grumpily. Siyu looked at him from the side. When she saw the little angel stroking his hair like a cat, she couldn't help but come over. She stretched out her finger and gently poked his face. Well, it was soft and bouncy skin. Yun Nuashing lazily opened his eyes and glanced at her. Then he closed his eyes again. He didn't care much. In his later life, he had to be treated as a pet, a doll, a pillow, and other strange things by several girls at the same time. He was already used to it. Siyu and the little angel were stroking the big cat's hair for a while. Then a beautiful figure emerged in the space next to them. They both stopped when they saw it. Yun Nuashing also sat up and looked at the person who appeared next to them. How is it? Lu Su emerged from the space and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. She sighed and shook her head. No, I went to confirm it. There is nothing left in the ruins of the Kanglin clan here. In addition, there are a lot fewer people in the city. Almost only some mortals with little energy are left. Well, it's the same on your side. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. When he saw Lu Su looking at him, he explained, Before you came back, we had already confirmed the situation on the other side. We also visited some of the more famous ruins. We didn't find anything. The space is also very normal. It doesn't look like it's hiding anything. Sigh, I may not be able to find the small world. It's a small world created by people from different worlds. God knows how to sense it. Now I'm also tied up. Lu Su was a little apologetic. I can't help. Oh, you've already helped a lot. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He reached out and pulled Lu Su to sit down. At least we now have a more clear destination. It's locked on to this planet. There are many plans that can be taken. Without your guidance, we may not be able to find the Black Lake. Moreover, when I went to the Black Lake, I didn't sense anything at first. I had no idea that there would be something hidden there. Hearing that, Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little better. Other than here, the other cities are also. Well, if we count it this way, 40% of the life forms on this planet have already left. The remaining 30% are still in preparation. Yun Nuashing counted with his fingers. Little angel, the remaining ones are the enemies we have to deal with? It doesn't seem to be a lot. 1 world isn't a lot. 2 worlds isn't a lot. But the ones left are 20% of the 69 worlds. If we count it this way, it's actually a considerable amount of power. We can't underestimate it. Yun Nuashing smiled, his face slightly darkened. We can't relax before we completely crush them. They ruin my vacation. Damn it. At % this guy is swearing. The 3 girls could not help but smile bitterly. At first, they were also quite surprised when they learned that there were hundreds of worlds rushing to the realm of the gods. Then, when they learned that it was under his control, they relaxed a little. After that, they could not help but look forward to that scene. Now, it seemed that they just needed to wait a little longer. Chapter 1298. It was a relatively young world, and the stars were not particularly large. It was still expanding leisurely, with countless stars twinkling as they were born, destroyed, and reborn. Smaller stars would absorb the remains of larger stars in a stable environment and reassemble, with newly born barren lands rapidly enriching themselves in the course of the world's development. It was a very normal scene in the world's operation, and the standard process of most worlds in the void. However, this star was different from others. Many years ago, when an ancient world broke into it, the entire world changed. Under the influence of that world, the laws and energy became a lot stronger. The center of the starry sky shifted to that world. As long as one walked into this world, they would be able to sense it without much effort. There was a huge vortex in this world, and the center of the vortex was easy to find. As long as one looked for traces of energy and laws, they would be able to find it. There was no concealment, and the life forms of that world wouldn't deliberately hide it. It was located in a relatively ancient system, having intruded upon this world when it was very young. Most of the stars that surrounded it were separated by a certain distance, and apart from some celestial bodies that originally belonged to that world, the others were attracted when it entered this world, becoming part of the celestial layer that surrounded it. The area it encompassed was huge, with a radius of perhaps hundreds of millions of light years, and was the brightest spot in the entire starry sky. The realm of the gods was at the center of this dazzling and brilliant starry sky, and the massive system that was formed around it was fundamentally different from other systems. It was just that it had inadvertently pulled them in, and like a swarm of parasites, they would not be easily shaken off once they were caught. It was as if keeping up with this infinitely glorious world would make the long passage of time different, allowing them to become glorious as well. There was a little bit of possibility in everything. In the starry sky that was some distance away from that infinitely glorious world, this was a planet that was making long trips around the realm of the gods. It and its 3 siblings orbited a young planet, and in the layer of the celestial layer that surrounded the realm of the gods, there were indeed some areas that were suitable for the birth of life, and the planet before them might have been one of them. However, it was obvious that before it could give birth to a life of its own, it had been occupied by a group of extraterrestrial visitors. Some of those who held great respect and worship for the realm of the gods had built a settlement that resembled a small village next to a large city. At first, there were not many visitors, but in the past few decades, the planet had become somewhat prosperous, and most of those who came here were here for the realm of the gods. The chaotic situation in the void had also caused some disturbances on the realm of the gods, and the beings in the realm of the gods were obviously not so careless as to simply open their doors and let others in. So many chose to settle down in the only settlement not far away. 4 rebirth tier beings. This distance was just a walk in the morning, and it was not far at all, so it did not matter where they settled down. As for this part of the starry sky, they were more interested in that vast world, and had used their divine souls to explore it, but there did not seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. There were beings in other planetary systems as well, but they were clearly not of the same level as those in that world, and might not even be comparable to them. A city surrounded by a powerful energy barrier floated in the starry sky, and was very close to the planet where they had settled down. Part of its shadow was cast on the ground, and there was a passage in the city that led directly to the realm of the gods. At present, the city was a little chaotic, and an unusually large number of extraterrestrial visitors had descended upon this world and landed on this planet. They should have been able to find that vast world directly, but it had mysteriously disappeared. Even if they could feel the rules and energy flow in this world, they could not really find its location, as if it was hidden in a black hole. Now that they had entered the black hole, their eyes were dark, and they could not feel or see anything. It's so lively. This is the first time Divine Shadow City has been so lively since it appeared here. Even the great chaos in the void a few decades ago did not make this place so lively. Divine Shadow City was the city that floated outside the planet where they had settled down. The general idea was that it was in the shadow of the realm of the gods. No one knew who had originally named it, but the name had been passed down from generation to generation. The owner of the tavern was an old man, but he was an Empyrean god of origin. He had quite a reputation in Divine Shadow City, and was one of the first people to enter this place when it was first established. He had traveled between Divine Shadow City and the realm of the gods many times, and he still held a great deal of respect for that vast world. That hazy world seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and it was difficult to see through it. "Old man, do you know why so many people have appeared here?" There were several young people sitting at a table nearby, and they were currently resting and drinking. When they heard the old man's sigh, they could not help but laugh. What other reason could there be? Isn't it because some other worlds have finally found the location of the realm of the gods? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Everyone has come here for the same reason, but it's really rare to see such a large group. Could it be that people from an entire world or several worlds have come here? The young man laughed loudly. "Old man, I'm not afraid to tell you that this is a group from our world. I can assure you that the people who have come here today are from our world. There are hundreds of worlds." "Oh, no wonder." "I see," the old man replied. The old man nodded and raised his glass. Then he raised his head and drained it in one gulp. "There are still many people exploring the realm of the gods. If the news gets out, more people will come here. The name of the realm of the gods has spread throughout the void. It's the first big world in the 8 elements realm. It's a very beautiful world. Unfortunately, you came here at the wrong time." "Ah." The young man was still very interested a moment ago, but when he heard that, he was stunned for a moment. He quickly took the wine pot and sat down, poured the old man a full cup, and asked in a low voice, "Old man, what do you mean by wrong time?" The old man still drank the wine in one gulp, smacked his lips, and said, "That world has closed." "Closed?" This time a large group of people in the tavern turned their gazes over. They all came from the same world, and their goal was to go to that world. "Yes, this old man has lived here for 50 to 60 years, and has been to the realm of the gods countless times. I don't know what happened in the realm of the gods some time ago, but a peerless combatant from the realm of the gods, sealed that world and chased out most of the foreign visitors. Those who did not come out were said to be under surveillance, but I don't know the specifics. You see, I couldn't let go of this tavern, so I snuck out," the old man said softly, shaking his head. His snow-white beard that hung down to his chest also fluttered twice. The people in the tavern were a little restless. Some frowned and turned the cups in their hands. After a while, they suddenly rushed out of their seats and went to the most crowded place in Divine Shadow City. Some people looked at each other and discussed, not knowing whether to believe it or not. "Old man, do you know the specific reason? How did that glorious world suddenly—" The young man was unable to hide his dejection as he asked, unwilling to give up. They had come from so far away, so they obviously did not want to leave so easily. To them, crossing through space was not difficult, but it had taken them quite a lot of effort to find this place. After all, they were not as powerful as the gods and origin source existences. Well, this old man doesn't know the specific reason, but at that time a few high-level origin-level beings had objections. They wanted to cause trouble, but they were crippled by a wave of energy and were directly blasted out of the realm of the gods. It is said that this wave of energy appeared once when the void first became chaotic. There were hundreds of origin-level beings fighting in the sky above the realm of the gods. Perhaps because someone almost affected the realm of the gods, that wave of energy came out to intimidate them. A few people were implicated, and not even ashes were left behind. The remaining people did not dare to fight wantonly, and some of them ran away. The others did not dare to make a move again. The old man took a sip of wine and grinned. I was actually there at that time. I thought I was going to die there. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. This guy was a mysterious person. That world was mysterious, and it was also very dangerous. If you want to know more, you can go and see for yourself. Divine Shadow City has built a passage that leads directly to the realm of the gods. It is only a few 100 million miles away, and you can fly the rest of the way. Ever since the realm of the gods was sealed, many people have been going there every day. They can see what is going on inside, and the people inside can see what is going on outside. They can even communicate with each other, but there is no way to enter. Some people think that it is because of that barrier, and some think that it is because of some forbidden method. Who knows? That big shot probably has some kind of heaven-defying method. If he is the one who sealed off the realm of the gods, there is no way to enter. What if we force our way in? Someone in the corner asked. The old man suddenly narrowed his eyes and shot a sharp glance at that person, saying, I advise you to give up on this idea. After saying that, he relaxed and said lazily, but I don't know what will happen. I just hope that you won't do anything stupid and make us unable to go to that world in the future. Sigh, what a beautiful world. I have only been there for such a short time. I really want to go there again in my lifetime. Just now, his aura had shocked everyone in the tavern. Now he was acting like this again. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. After the few young people talked for a while, they cupped their hands at the old man and left the tavern. They planned to go to that world and see what was going on. But there are so many people in this place. The young man just now looked at the sea of people and could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that many people had come to that world, but he did not expect so many people to come. Was this the full force of the nest? The square in front of him was the only passage from Divine Shadow City to the realm of the gods. In the past, he had never thought that there would be so many people here. There was no room for them at all. They were all squeezed on the houses nearby. The streets were full of people. Many experts were impatient from waiting. They stared in the direction of the passage and left Divine Shadow City to find their own way. Most of the people who stayed here were worried that they would get lost. The Yen family's fleet, 16 starlight ships, can hold 100,000 people. We have the coordinates of the realm of the gods. If you don't want to wait in line, you can come here. There are still many seats. Hurry up if you want to come. The last 300 seats. Our ship is twice as fast as the one next door. There are still 5 minutes before the ship departs. We are all from the same world. Any ticket will do. Young man, look at your red face. Something good must have happened. How can we miss this ship to the new world? Look at the little things here. Just buy a free ticket. Time is of the essence. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. At this time, a few young people heard a few shouts, but the content of the shouts made them dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the people of their world would bring their own boats. Moreover, they specifically chose to shout at the middle and back of the queue. They really couldn't refuse. Some people whose patience was almost exhausted considered for a moment, then impatiently left the queue and went to look for the guys who drove the boats. We don't know how long we'll have to wait in line like this. Why don't we? The young man looked to the side and motioned to his companions. The other man thought for a moment and nodded. That's good too. I just took a peek. The price is not that high. Those who came are all big families and factions. There shouldn't be a problem. The few of them paid a small price and boarded the Yen family ship. Not long after they stood firm, there was a loud sound of a bugle horn. The 16 ships shone with divine light under the starlight. They turned at an angle and passed by in a flash. Wow! Weren't there 100,000 seats just now? It's only been 2 or 3 minutes. The young man's face was covered in sweat. Did this mean that they ran faster? Many people from our world came. When we came, I confirmed with the family that 70 to 80% of the people from each world came. There are dozens or even hundreds of worlds in that main world, the woman in the group said softly. Along the way, they were constantly jumping through space. Divine Shadow City was in the shadow of the gods' world. However, that world was too big. Even if there was light, its shadow was still huge and boundless. It was obvious that there was still some distance to go. However, in this vast world, Divine Shadow City was the closest stop to the gods' world. There were many people traveling with them along the way. Many ships flew past the same place. They also saw a passage filled with starlight that led from the back to the front. In a flash, they were left behind. That was probably the teleportation passage to Divine Shadow City. It was indeed much faster than them who were stowaways. When the fleet reached a certain location, they would collectively pause for a moment, as if adjusting their direction and searching for their target. After circling around a star system that was filled with stars, they began to speed up again. This star system wasn't dark at all. The sky was filled with endless stars, as if they were about to ignite the entire starry sky. This was an exaggerated celestial body layer. The brighter the stars ahead, the closer they were to the center of this magnificent star system, and the closer they were to the realm of the gods. Someone on the ship introduced them. He had only arrived here a few days earlier than them, but it was as if he already knew everything and explained everything clearly and logically. Buzz! After jumping back and forth for quite some time, the fleet finally came to a stop with a clatter. Several young people hurriedly ran to the deck and looked over from the edge of the ship. In front of them was a huge screen of energy. A majestic world that stretched as far as the eye could see suddenly appeared in front of them. It had a suffocating aura, and it was ancient and primitive. It was like a primordial beast that was crawling. "The gods' world, we've arrived!" the young man exclaimed. Another man in the group, who was silent, frowned. He felt another aura, an aura filled with blood and slaughter. He felt a little uneasy. Chapter 1299. This is the grand panorama of the first major world. When they arrived, they found that many people were already waiting for them. There were a lot of people, but it was not enough to fill the entire starry sky. They all stood at a suitable distance and looked at the world covered by a transparent barrier. Countless people from various great clans and factions gathered here, their eyes flashing as their thoughts churned. A miracle, a miracle. There is actually a world in this world that can give off such a presence, as expected of a world created by the ancient gods. The coordinates have been lost many years ago, and the first major world is not a world that stays in the same place. It has been gone for many years, and I never thought that we would have an opportunity to find the location of this world. The man who was silent was called Chihua. After they got off the ship, they found a place where there were not many people and looked down at the endless land from an angle. They all exclaimed in surprise, but Chihua frowned and felt a little uneasy. "I feel uneasy," he said to the young man bluntly. "Uneasy." He scratched his head in surprise. When he saw Chihua nodding seriously, even with a serious expression, he also became a little solemn. His companion was especially sensitive when it came to things that could not be explained clearly. Even some of the higher gods might not be as sensitive as his almost clairvoyant senses. If he said that something was wrong, there must be something wrong. The young man thought for a while and said, "Why don't we just walk around here for a while and don't go down?" You see, didn't the old man in the tavern say that the people of the divine realm are not very hospitable now? Now that so many people have gathered here, some of them who are ready to cause trouble might do something stupid. We can just watch from the side and stay away while we are at it. What do you think? Chi-Hua was silent for a while and closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. "I can't say. That feeling is very strong, but it is erratic. Anyway, let's not get too close. I feel that something is wrong all over my body after leaving Divine Shadow City." His companions looked at each other solemnly. They had never heard him give such a strange and serious answer when they were in danger in the past. It seemed that this trip would not be too peaceful. Some very powerful deity-level masters had already circled around the deity's realm. When they returned, they shook their heads at the others. They could not find a loophole for them to enter. It's a flawless barrier, and it's flowing with a very powerful energy. If you want to enter, you might have to break it and open a hole. Since they had already come this far, no one was willing to give up. Even some of the more perceptive fellows hesitated for a moment, then followed the other major powers and continued forward, getting closer and closer to the God world. Since they had already arrived at the first major world, who would give up so easily if they didn't go in and take a look around? Even though we are separated by a barrier, we can still feel the boundless power. The energy density here is dozens of times higher than that of our world. There's no need to even talk about the rules here. No wonder the experts from the deity realm are so powerful. Their world is simply too powerful. Well, it would be great if we could go deeper and see the scene inside. Some people were not satisfied with just standing here and looking into the distance. They could only see the mountains and rivers at the edge of the land and could not see the magical scene inside. Boom! One person could not help it. After learning that they had to break the barrier in order to enter, he angrily blasted his energy at the barrier. The powerful explosion of energy did not even cause a ripple on the barrier. Chi-Hua saw that someone had actually acted rashly and his heart trembled. Oh no, it's really bad. The young man was also shocked by the sudden energy impact. After a moment, he waved his hand and hurriedly retreated far away with his companions. The energy impact was like a bugle call to attack. Many people did not understand the situation and thought that a major power had made a move. Then they wanted to help break the barrier when they made a move. Waves of energy rumbled, carrying powerful divinity fluctuations and energy of the rules. They fell on the barrier like a rain of stars. Rumble. Large areas of energy light exploded, dyeing the entire star region in a brilliant white. It was as if hundreds of suns were shining on the land of the deity realm. The powerful energy that suddenly erupted contained the energy of origin and heavenly god-tier life forms. It spread across the entire deity realm without any concealment. That kind of fluctuation could not be concealed, so in an instant, countless people looked at the side of the creation's barrier that had been attacked. After a moment, they looked at each other. Our guardian's barrier has been attacked? The energy is so powerful. It's probably some high-level existence among the gods. The deity realm has been sealed for a period of time. I don't know what they want to do. Even if they want to do something, there's nothing they can do. Our guardian has personally created a powerful barrier. What can those fleas do to break it? They can't do anything except disturb our peace. But our divine ancestors and the other gods seem to have gone out. The deity realm's defenses are now empty. Don't worry, the barrier can't be broken. Just trust in our guardian. Everyone in the deity realm was shocked when they saw the energy flames. A moment later, the careless nerves they had trained in the deity realm came into play. They returned to normal and began to talk about the prices of the morning's dishes. Some of the rebirth realm experts were paying attention. They gathered at the place where the energy waves were surging. When they saw the seemingly endless sea of people outside, they were all shocked. They couldn't understand why so many people would gather here and attack the barrier of the myriad gods world. Oh, should we go and stop them? It seems like there are quite a few heavenly gods and origin gods. Who can go and ask our divine ancestors and primogenitors? The deity realm might be in danger. Our divine ancestors and primogenitors aren't here. No, they aren't. It seems that the Lord Guardian has summoned them for some special operation. For a moment, everyone smiled bitterly. The person who had just spoken was also stunned, then laughed awkwardly. He had forgotten that their primogenitors and divine ancestors had gone out with the Lord Guardian. It was said that it was a big operation. This operation was not deliberately hidden. So many people knew about it. However, the information was only passed on to those in the rebirth realm. When it reached those in the lower ranks, they only knew that their heavenly gods had gone out, but they did not know where they went or what they were doing. Then what should we do? Do we have to take out the divine weapons and God's Park weapons suppressed in our sect? These people don't seem to have good intentions. If we don't deal with them, the barrier will be bombarded indiscriminately. I'm a little worried. The many heavenly gods and gods looked at each other, nodded, and turned to leave. They wanted to go back to their sects and retrieve their divine weapons for defense. Well, there's no need to prepare. You can all step back first. A gentle voice came from the side, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This voice was very powerful. Just as they were about to open the door and leave, they stopped abruptly. They quickly turned around and saw a woman with light blue hair slowly walking out of the space. Her slender body was like a willow tree, and her beautiful face had a gentle smile. Noble and divine energy constantly radiated from her body, calming everyone's slightly disturbed hearts. Lord Jing Yuanji. Someone recognized this woman and was slightly surprised. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Jing Yuanji smiled and waved her hand at everyone. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She was not worried at all. This is a barrier that Sir Feng Koff, Hui personally reinforced. Those little things outside won't be able to break through. They've just gathered. She hurriedly glanced outside the rumbling barrier and counted. There's only 300 or 400 origin level creatures. There's less than 50 high-grade ones. What's there to worry about? So it's a barrier created by Lord Hui. No wonder it's so hard. Those guys definitely can't break through. The gods and heavenly gods present all let out a sigh of relief. After learning that the barrier was created by their protector, they all relaxed. They believed that with their protector's strength, there was no way those little fleas would be able to break through the barrier. After learning that the defenses were secure and that there was a high-grade heavenly origin god here, no one was in a hurry to go back and find some sort of defense. Instead, they all stayed behind with great interest, sizing up the people who had launched the attacks. They wanted to figure out where these people had come from some of the information they had gathered. Lord Jing Yuanji, do you know where these people came from? Someone stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully to Jing Yuanji and asked, "These people..." Jing Yuanji's gaze swept across the starry sky, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed. They're a bit similar to the group of enemies that fought in the divine realm's conceptual layer and the void at the same time. Some of their clothing and outfits are a bit similar. In addition to the world that Lord Hui and the others went to, I think there's an 80% chance that these people came from that world. Those people from those worlds? Why would they suddenly appear here? Everyone was shocked. I'm not sure about that. Although the information from the front line hasn't been cut off, we still don't know what's going on over there. Jing Yuanji shook her head. The protectors of the divine realm went to other worlds and fought in the void. These things were no longer very strange, nor was it a secret worth hiding. On the contrary, the people of the divine realm would turn this into a legend. Otherwise, why would there be so many stories about the protectors and the observers in this world? A considerable number of them were adapted from the real things that they had experienced. Everyone watched here for a long time. After seeing that the barrier was indeed not dangerous, some people cupped their hands to Jing Yuanji and took their leave. Others chose to guard here, like the latter, to prevent any accidents from happening. The creation's barrier isolated the aura of the outside world. Watching countless energy blooming on the barrier was like watching fireworks in the sky during a festival, except that the power of these fireworks was enough to sink some worlds into the void. Jing Yuanji was one of the people who stayed behind to guard the rear. She was randomly assigned, and her fighting style determined that she was indeed suitable for defense. Although she was a little unwilling and wanted to go to the front line, after weighing the pros and cons for a while, she still chose to stay behind and guard the home. The main reason was that she was praised by Lord Feng for her strength. She felt a little smug. Calling for the divine realm. If anyone hears it, make a sound. Just as she recalled the scene of her being praised by the Lord Observer that day and blushed like a child, she suddenly heard a voice that made her come back to her senses. After recognizing that it was Yun Nuoxing's voice, she panicked slightly. She hurriedly tidied herself up and calmed her restless heart. She calmly replied, "Lord Feng, the realm of the gods awaits your orders." "Oh, it's you. I remember your name is—" Yun Nuoxing thought for a while with a headache. Perhaps the girl's name was quite beautiful. He had a little impression of it. "You're called Jing Yuanji, right? The one who can control the power of space and the power of rules." "Yes, it's my honor to be remembered by you." Jing Yuanji looked at the outside world and bowed to the void. The people around her were stunned. Some of them quickly thought of something and respectfully took a few steps back, waiting 100 feet away. "Go to the edge of the divine realm and take a look. Look outside the creation's barrier. It should be very lively, right?" Yun Nuoxing's cheerful voice came from the other end. "Yes, I'm here. Many people are attacking the creation's barrier." Jing Yuanji nodded in response. She had also made some preparations. If he said the word kill, no one here would be able to leave this world. Is there anyone else going over?" Yun Nuoxing looked at the little person formed by the girl's soul seed in his mind and asked. Jing Yuanji raised her head and looked at the starry sky. Mei Mao's eyes became deep. Through the countless bursts of energy, she saw many signs of life in the distance. Then she turned her head and paid special attention to the small planet floating in the starry sky beside the divine realm and the floating divine shadow city. There are many people. They seem to be coming for the divine realm. Many people are coming out of the world barrier. If I ask you to seal thousands of origin life forms and countless rebirth state life forms, can you do it?" Yun Nuoxing asked with a smile. Jing Yuanji was stunned. She quickly compared her power with the power of the people outside. After a moment, she could not help but smile bitterly. The answer was impossible. However, that lord seemed to want to do something. Even if she could not do it, she still had to do it. Just as she was about to agree, Yun Nuoxing's voice came again. "Don't force yourself to agree. I don't plan to make things difficult for you. You alone are not enough. There are some people left in the divine realm. It's about time to let them move. By the way, you can borrow the power of the creation's barrier for a short time. I'll tell you the method later." "Yes." Jing Yuanji quickly agreed. But when she heard the latter part, she was stunned and panicked. "But, Lord Feng, only you and Lord Hui can use the creation's barrier." "It's fine. My origin mark exists in the creation's barrier. You can use it as long as I give you permission." Yun Nuoxing smiled. Suddenly, her voice became serious. "Then this is your mission. Wait for a while. When you feel that the number of life forms in front of you has reached 60% of the 70 worlds, then take action. Use the creation's barrier to seal the world barrier. Don't let anyone leave this world, and then suppress everyone. Those people are ordinary people in our world." Some of them are just ordinary people. It's hard to say if there are some who sneak in. No matter what, they can't enter the divine realm. You can also not let them leave. From now on, you can start monitoring the world barrier. If any of them leave, capture them first. Yes, I won't let you down, Jing Yuanji replied with great solemnity. When the conversation was over, Jing Yuanji still maintained a respectful expression. After waiting for a while, a huge amount of information surged into her mind. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. After she finished receiving the information, she let out a long sigh of relief. She rubbed her forehead and muttered to herself, "Looks like there's going to be a big commotion on Lord Feng's side. He wants to drag everyone here. It looks like I need to find a few people to help. I can't deal with so many people by myself." There were dozens of Empyrean gods of origin left in the divine realm. It looked like she would need to call them over. At that thought, a hint of pride appeared on Jing Yuanji's face. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Lord Feng had given her command of this operation. It made her strangely excited. Jing Yuanji turned and disappeared. She came to the side of the group, waiting in the distance, and said, "Look after this place for me. I'll go get some people. Make sure no one sneaks in. Don't worry, Your Eminence. Even if there's something wrong, we'll take care of it." The group replied. Jing Yuanji nodded. Then she turned and melted into space. It was as if she had become one with the space and finally disappeared. On the other side of the void, Yun Nuashing ended her conversation with Jing Yuanji. Moments later, she sent a message to the temple hidden at the bottom of the void, to other parts of the void, and to all the soldiers of the divine realm who are on the move. "The fish are running into the net. It's going to be lively over there," she whispered. There was a hint of mischief in her tone, but it made the faces of countless people turn solemn. They looked at each other with sharp eyes, knowing what she meant. The divine realm was on the move. The fish baskets might not be able to hold all of them. We'll need some of the fishermen who have rested to catch any fish that might slip through the net. The sea here is still calm. The little angel couldn't help but punch him. "Can't you be serious?" "Ahem. So, in order to not let the battle over there affect here, we'll need some hunters to guard against any fish that might slip through the net. At the same time, we'll hunt down the prey that's wandering in the void." Yun Nuashing coughed softly. Even though her tone had suddenly changed, the group did not interrupt. They listened carefully to her orders, and as they exchanged glances, they had already processed some information. "Also, we can start to implement the blockade of the 1,000 worlds. Start from the other side, facing the divine realm. Leave an opening for them to get out. Then, it's almost time to start the feast." Yun Nuashing said with a smile as she spread her arms. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they all laughed coldly. Their fighting spirit soared. A feast. It was indeed a feast, but it was a feast that belonged to them.